All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Season 7 draft stream for the Ultra Recon Doubles Draft League. I'm very excited to be joining everybody for this draft stream. It's been a long while coming. I've been pushing it back, pushing it back, along with the start of the season, as I've just been, kind of burnt out as as a draft league coach gets after a while. Especially with commissioning leagues. I think it's just been um, yeah, a little bit of a dredge with the last couple seasons. I didn't want to bring that kind of energy into this season, as I'm very excited for it. So, yeah. Without further ado, I think we're just gonna hop on into it. Again, welcome to everybody who's viewing via Twitch, and yeah, I'm joined today by a couple coaches. So I'm just gonna undeafen here quickly and see if any of the season 7 coaches want to say hi. I think we have 3 of them in the call with me. I'll make that 4. If any of them want to say hi at any point, feel free to hop on in. I'm gonna be going through this kind of quickly because, as a lot of you might know, I have a track record of making these egregiously long. I think the last one was about 5.5 to 6 hours, so we're gonna see if we can't avoid that this time. But yeah, to give everyone an idea on the format that we decided to go for. So this is a 6v6 National Dex Doubles Draft League. So as opposed to your typical VGC, which is 4 Pokemon versus 4 Pokemon, it's a best of 3. This is just a straight out flat 6v6 Doubles Draft League. So with that being said, it's a little bit slower paced than a lot of the games that you see in your typical doubles games on YouTube. But with draft, it's got a little bit more technical prepping, and there's just a lot more to think about in terms of having to face 6 Pokemon rather than just 4. And yeah, I think it's a very interesting format. We opted for allowing Megas in this season, hence why it's NatDex, and wanted to make sure that every Pokemon that was present outside of Scarlet and Violet got its time to shine as well. So yeah, very very interesting, and I'd say it's a unique format that we're going with this season. We also have a Terra Captain rule where you can only draft 1 Terra Captain and has to be within the middle tier and lower. So we have 5 tiers. I'll kind of back up a little bit with that. We have S tier, which is basically going to be your more well-versed, very prominent draft league threats in both singles and or doubles. Including the Mega Picks. So the Mega Picks, or the Mega Pokemon, are going to be integrated into the tiers as well, as you'll see as we move forward through the draft picks here. And there's going to be a lot of strong Pokemon, both outside of Scarlet and Violet and inside of Scarlet and Violet Pokedexes here. Then we have A tier, and then followed that by B tier. That's going to be the first tier that you can draft your Terra type, or your Terra Pokemon, excuse me, your Terra Captain. And then you have C tier, which is going to be the second Terra Captain tier, and then D tier, which is going to be your generally weakest Pokemon available in the draft, needless to say. So yeah, we're forgoing the Mega tier this season, and every single Mega has been integrated into the regular tiers. So yeah, I think we're just going to hop on into it with our first pick, or needless to say, or sorry, we're going to hop into the draft order. I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. Yeah, these are the team logos. I feel like because I took so long with the season, I think everyone just banded together joining the season and really wanted to like punish me with team logos this season. They're all really awesome in their own respects, but oh man, I feel bad because I'm using all the bannered versions of most of these logos, and I just really wish I had more time to just kind of go to each individual coach and say, hey, did you want me to edit this so that it's not bannered, so it looks a little bit more clean? But I've been so like wrapped with work and everything that I just didn't have the time. But allow me to formally introduce you all to the season 7 coach roster. So I have ordered the team logos. I've ordered the team logos from the order they appear in the draft. So at the top left, you have the Fighting Wurmples. Pretty evident based on the team logo that that's the team name. Yeah, very muscular Wurmple there. I'm just admiring. I'm gonna admire all these team logos. Take a second to admire all these team logos as I go down the list here because they're definitely unique. And I think they're very artsy, and I like the thought and time that each coach has put into their own team logo. I think aside from Froggerman, every coach has put time into their own team logo. I think Froggerman has his own Atlanta Guja's logo. But Mr. Grimes, as you might remember, he's the former co-commentator. He's been reinstated as the official co-commentator season 7. He actually went ahead and made this team logo with the Gudra on it, with the bag, the money bag for Froggerman. So anyway, to kick off the coaches, from left to right and top to bottom, first overall pick, we have HTZ Attila and his Fighting Wurmples. Then second pick, we have Blind Fangs and his Lizards of the Round Scale, which, as a fan of the movie, Monty Python, I'm very kind of geeking out over the name of the team. Anyway, then third pick overall, we have ES. He's a coach from the Pokemon World Circuit Draft League. He's going to be coaching the Borikua Baltoys, and he's going to be taking the third spot overall. Fourth spot overall, as previously mentioned, Froggerman225, coaching the Atlanta Gudras. Fifth overall, we have Marin and the Firecrown Dallas. Sixth overall, we have Jinx Psychic 564, coach of the Cerulean City Stars. You might remember Jinx was a coach in one of our previous seasons with a different team name. I believe she was coach of a SAC Slow Kings, I think is the right team name, Sacramento Slow Kings. So happy to have her back for another coaching season. Then we have Dusclops 356. He's going to be coaching the SSJ Infernapes this season. I think I'll have to get back to him on it, but I'm pretty sure he has a profile picture on either Showdown or something where he created this Infernape style. It's really cool. I would love to see an electric type, like regional Infernape, but I don't think that's ever going to happen because it's a starter. Anyway, love the team logo. And then, of course, we have an absolute monster in both the singles and the doubles side of the Ultra Recon Draft League family. It's Cadillacs. He's back for another season representing the New Zealand Breakers. Gonna see if he can't make it a repeat season, as he ended up winning season 6. He's your current champion. Where am I? 8th or 9th? 9th overall, we have our former co-commentator, currently reinstated.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here.
I was waiting for this.
I just want to say what an honor it is to, one, be reinstated back into the Ultra Recon commentary table, but also to participate in yet another season of URDDL. It's going to be a great season. lot of great teams here. Shout out to all of my fan. You guys are the reason I do it. Yeah, going to be great. Glad to be commentating again. Let's do this stream, guys.
Oh my gosh, I've been missing this so long. I have to like, I relived a little bit of what's the word, where you're like missing something that is like from your childhood.
Nostalgia?
Yeah, nostalgia. I went back and looked at the single season where you were the co-commentator there. Welcome to the stream, Ashi. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what our co-commentator here this season can bring. But yeah, that's our 9th coach overall. And then 10th, it is yours truly, the commissioner, Ashton. I'm going to be coaching the Winnipeg Jet Punches, and I'll be your 10th overall pick in the first round of the draft. Following me is another returning favorite with the Louisville Chadots. It's going to be Jax. And finally, to round it off, we have Timmy and his Team Arc with the nice, cool Zora Harksui with the seafoam green background. I really like that. But yeah, this is going to be your coach roster for the season, and it should make up for a very interesting regular season as things progress. And just as a bit of a precursor, week 1 starts tomorrow. It is Sunday tomorrow, so we're going to be starting. Week 1 tomorrow. So as time of streaming this, it is currently Saturday, October 5th, I believe. Yeah, Saturday, October 5th. So for anybody who ends up watching this on YouTube, Sunday, October 6th is when we're going to be starting week 1 of season 7 of this league. So yeah, to kick things off, I've been keeping everybody waiting long enough. We're not gonna try to make this another 6-hour stream. It's been 20 minutes. Let's try to dwindle this down. HTC Attila and his Fighting Whirlpools pick first overall. Fluttermane makes a lot of sense. Probably the best thing on the draft board. Um, yeah, Fluttermane. What can I say about this Pokemon? Ridiculous speed and special attack stat. In draft league, speed's so important. It's got a very decent coverage on the special side. If you set up a Calm Mind, this thing basically could straight up win for you. Having the photosynthesis ability is nice in order to basically give yourself a free Scarf or stat boost in one of your respective highest stats. Yeah, needless to say, this is probably the most sensible pick that could have gone round 1. Second pick overall, we have Blidefangs and the Lizards of the Round Scale picking up Spectrier. Now, I was very shocked by this pick. Not in the sense that it was necessarily a bad Pokemon, but just where it went second overall, given the fact that typically Spectriers run with the Terra option, and just where the rules for this league are... the rules for this league dictate that you can only have a Terra Captain in Terra B tier or below. Yeah, I was just kind of shocked by this, but at the same time, Spectre is no slouch. It has the Grimnay ability. Every time it gets a kill, or a kill happens on the opposing side, it gets a plus... it gets a stat boost to its special attack, I believe. It's 1 stage. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong with that, but yeah, otherwise...
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say that you are right about the stat boost. Every time it grabs a kill, it gets a +1 to its special attack, and you know, looking at that 145 special attack, that's already pretty insane. Along with the 130 speed, back in the day of Sword and Shield, this mon wasn't very good, but then they gave it Draining Kiss, and now
Right.
it is very good. So, while this may have been a bit of a shocking pick because of what's on the board, but you know, Mr. Fangs here, he quite enjoys using his Spectrier. He's used it before, so yeah. I can't fault him for picking this. Once again, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator.
Right on. Yeah, so very high special attack mon, and get another speed control option for another coach. Pick 3, another Pokemon that made a lot of sense given the utility it has. Indeedee Female is going to be going to ES and his Borku Baltoys. Basically, what this Pokemon is used for, typically in doubles, a lot of times you'll see this thing run alongside a very slow Pokemon with Trick Room as it gets access to Follow Me as well. So it takes advantage of its teammates' weaknesses and allows it to allow its teammate to abuse its ability to Follow Me for it. So there's also the obvious Psychic Train, so depending on what your teammate could, or your teammates could be on your draft, another Pokemon could benefit from Psychic Trains, say something like Unburden with Psychic Seed Pokemon. This thing also gets Helping Hand, and it can abuse its own terrain with a Psychic move. So yeah, very powerful pick here. One of the better redirection users, and I'm very excited to see how ES puts it to work. Next we have Froggerman, coach of the Ylander Gujas, picking up Torkoal. This makes a lot of sense too, just given that this generation gave us Paradox Pokemon, which have the ability Photosynthesis, and can abuse Sun to a much higher level. So yeah, A-tier Torkoal makes a lot of sense being drafted very early in this draft, just given the value that it has, both with its ability and the fact that it's ridiculously bulky and can abuse its own weather, with the fact that it's got some okay offensive based stats, and yeah, I'd say Torkoal's a very good mon in A-tier to pick up this early. It's one of the better A-tier options that could have gone around 1, I'll say that. Gives you access to Stealth Rocks. It's one of the better Trick Room abusers too, if you decide to go with a Trick Room option. Yeah, so I'm excited to see what he decides to pair with Sun Torkoal. And here we have Marin and his Fire Crown Dallas drafting Melmetal, yet another Pokemon that makes sense to go a little bit earlier in the draft. I'd say it's definitely worthy of a round 1 pick, and as you can see by its stats alone, this thing's an absolute monster. A little bit on the slow side, but it's gonna be an absolute monster in Trick Room. So be on the lookout for Marin and the Fire Crown Dallas to pick up a very prominent Trick Room setter to aid Melmetal in doing what it does best, doing what it does best in punching holes and things. Then we have Jinx Psychic 564, coach of the Sterling City Stars, picking up Tapu Koko. Yet another very good support Pokemon that can also abuse its own support options in Electric Terrain in this case. Tapu Koko, very prominent in just Draft League in general, but given that we have Paradox forms as well, there's options that have Quark Drive, and Quark Drive basically you put it next to a Pokemon under Electric Train, or as long as Electric Train's on the field, I guess it doesn't really matter whether it's your ally or not. A Pokemon with Quark Drive can basically get a stat boost in any stat that it chooses, given the investment that you decide to put in it. It's basically the same thing as Photosynthesis, excuse me. Yeah, Tapu Koko, just an absolute monster in draft. It's able to abuse its own terrain, like I said. Electric Train's also very busted in the sense that you don't have to worry about getting put to sleep. So prominent doubles options like Amoonguss have a little bit harder time using their utility options on a team with Tapu Koko. So yeah, Tapu Koko, very strong mon draft. Then Dusclops 356 has access to Regieleki, the fastest mon in the draft board. It is an absolute freak of nature with that base 200 speed, access to dual screens, the Transistor ability, which gives it a boost in its electric type moves by I think 1.5 times, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, just an absolute monster. It does unfortunately lack a little bit on the coverage side without Terra. It is an S tier Pokemon, so it's a little bit questionable as whether or not it is worthy of a round 1 pick or even an S tier pick, despite the fact it is a really good doubles option, like I said, with those dual screens, and the fact that it can have the fastest pivot in the game aside from a Choice Scarf user. So yeah, Regieleki is going to be making its waves this season, and I'm excited to see how Dusclops uses it. Cadillacs, our reigning champion, has decided to draft Urshifu Rapid Strike. This is the only Urshifu form that was allowed. The season Single Strike has remained banned since the season where Mark QJRT absolutely dominated the league with that Pokemon. I believe it got 20 plus kills in one of the seasons that was in the regular season. So that was before playoffs, and I think he went 7-1 in the regular season, and just yeah, it was an absolute menace. And Urshifu Rapid's not any slouch either. It's just yeah, the water variant has the ability to go through Protect with its ability Unseen Fist, I believe it's called. And yeah, just an absolute well-rounded Pokemon. I believe it gets Fake Out as well. Maybe if Cadillacs joins the call later, he can confirm that for us, or if my current reinstated co-commentator can confirm that for me. I believe it does get Fake Out, but yeah, a very good utility option. It gets priority in both Aqua Jet and I think Fake Out. I don't think it gets Sucker Punch. I think it's only the Dark type that does, but yeah, Water Fighting is also very good offensive typing. So yeah, be a little bit wary.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say that Urshifu does, in fact, the Rapid Strike variant at least, does not get Fake Out.
Wow.
That being said, it is still a good mon. I'm looking at it now. It gets Fire Punch. I did not know that, but this thing gets Fire Punch, so it gives it coverage against things it is weak against. It actually gets all the elemental punches. It gets U-Turn.
Good.
It also gets moves like Taunt, which is good in doubles. Of course, it gets priority options in Aqua Jet. It's a good mon. I know here he originally wanted Mega Blastoise, but Shell Smash just banned on it, so that changed at the last second. I don't know if it's legal, but this thing also gets coaching. I don't know if it's.
It is legal. It is legal.
Oh, awesome, great. That's fantastic for everybody else. Since I'm next, let's go ahead and transition to that next pick, Mr. Lead Commentator. Pelipper. Yeah, I picked up Pelipper. There's not much to say about Pelipper. It's a rain setter. It sets up the rain. Yeah, that's what Pelipper does. Rain, Trick Room, not Trick Room, Tailwind, U-Turn, Stab Hurricane, I guess. It's Pelipper, Defog. I don't really see a lot of hazards in doubles, but you know, people are stacking up hazards, especially because there may or may not, spoiler alert, be a Terra Ninja running around because that was allowed in D tier. But Pelipper here, yeah. It's Pelipper, isn't it? Yeah, he sets up the rain and stuff, doesn't he? Yeah.
God, he does.
Yeah. Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator once again.
I forgot the most important thing about Pelipper. It's 4 weak to electric. Anyway, moving on to my pick. Definitely not 4 weak to electric Pokemon. I'm sorry, I just totally. Anyway, you're very loved, Mr. Grimes. I'm sorry. I picked my Terra Captain very early because I felt like it was the best Terra Captain. I wanted to establish that I had the best Terra Captain, or one of the best, if not the best, Terra Captain early, and that's going to be Regidrago. It is the best Pokemon that I could see for a Terra Captain early on in the draft at B tier. really want to take advantage of the potential to use Dragon's Maw plus Terra Dragon Dragger Energy, I think that's a very stupid option that it has. Again, another Reggie that has a little bit of a hard time with coverage moves for things that it's weak against. So yeah, why not use it as a Terra option and avoid all those weaknesses, right? With Terra Blast. So the idea behind that is to take advantage of fairy types and such with Terra Steel and ice types even. So yeah, I mean, it's a little bit slower than I would like, but it also gets access to, I think, might get access to Dragon Dance. I don't uptalk the Pokemon like it's absolutely broken, but it's definitely one of the better options in B tier as a Terra Captain, and I'm very excited to use it yet again in the Doubles League. So be on the lookout for this thing.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say I consider myself a bit of a Regidrago enthusiast, and yes, it does get Dragon Dance. When you're terrestrializing this thing, 8 times out of 10 it will be Terra Dragon. 1 times out of 10 it will be either Ground or Fairy, and then you just have remaining options. This thing also gets dual screens, which is good. You're probably gonna run this thing like offensively all the time. But it has that option just in case you want to fake somebody out. It also gets Dragon Cheer, which might be good. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot to say about Regidrago. When it comes, it's predictable, but you have to prep for it or you'll lose to it.
Exactly.
Choice Scarf, Dragon Energy, Terra Dragon. Sadness. Not sourness. Sadness.
Same thing.
Yeah, pretty much. Gets Explosion. So if Regidrago just decides its time is up, it's about to die.
Don't make me kill my own Regidrago, please. Don't give me that idea.
This is something I could have paired up with Clefairy, but yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's Regidrago. That's all I have to say about it. Back to you, Ashton.
All right, and we're gonna move on just because I also am realizing that I'm spending way too much time on certain picks here. Anyway, Amoonguss, I think, is another very good redirection that is going early here, along with the DD, as it gets access to Spore. So yeah, Jax is going to be picking up Amoonguss. I think this Pokemon makes a lot of sense for going very early in the draft. Whether or not it was a round 1 pick, I'm a little bit skeptical about, but he is a little bit later in the first round, so regardless of what he picked in this round, he's going to have a very strong chance of getting what he wanted in the second round anyway, so it doesn't really matter in this case. So yeah, Amoonguss, very generally bulky Pokemon, a little bit slow again, but at the same time, you don't really need the speed on this Pokemon. It's going to be clicking Rage Powder a lot of time, which is a high priority move in order to allow it to force redirection onto it. Yeah, very defensive typing and Grass Poison. One of the few grasses that has the poison typing that, a lot of people covet generally in order to make it so that their bulky grass types aren't getting toxic stalled, if that makes sense. Yeah, this Pokemon's absolutely goated in doubles. Gets access to Spore, like I said. And yeah, actually very good move coverage pool. I think it gets access to like Stomping Tantrum or something like that. Dark move too, and you can clear Smog to avoid stat raises on your opponent's side. And yeah, it just has very, very well strung out amount of utility on this Pokemon as well. And then to round out the first round of the draft, we have Incineroar going to Timmy and Team Arc. Arguably, the Pokemon that influenced VGC the most is this Pokemon right here. So I can understand why Timmy decided to go for this pick to start off his draft. This Pokemon is insane. It gets access to Intimidate. It gets access to a very strong offensive and defensive typing, depending on how you look at it, in terms of its stats. It has a very diverse move pool. It can run Parting Shot to lower offensive stats. It can be bulky. It can be offensive. It can be a Fake Out user. Like, the list goes on. This Pokemon is the epitome of what Smogon desires for a competitive Pokemon in doubles. Anything else to add, anybody? I feel like...
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say that we could spend this entire draft league talking about Justin Incineroar. I was debating picking this thing up, but unfortunate events transpired, and I ended up going with a Rain Team. But this thing right here, it is knucking futz. As you said, it gets so many coverage options, offensively and defensively, knockoff. It gets Nasty Plot. Not that you wouldn't want to run this thing special, but it does get it. Parting Shot, Fake Out, Roar's good in doubles.
It is good in doubles.
it's Throat Chop. It's good. Trailblaze, U-Turn, Will-O-Wisp. It's one of the most versatile mons in doubles behind maybe Mew, but Mew's versatile everywhere. I'm not really seeing anything else that it gets that's absolutely insane. But it's Incineroar. If you don't know what it does, go find out what it does, because the it gets Snatch.
Oh shush.
I guess.
All right, we're going too far into it. Snatch is like a reach. Anyway, yeah, it has options.
Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator.
So here's our recap for round 1. In case you missed it and you're just joining us, welcome. As you can see, Fluttermane was the first pick, and it went all the way down Snake Style to Incineroar. And we're going to kick off round 2 of this draft with Timmy's second pick for the team arc. That's going to be
the round.
What's that? Sorry.
Are we not doing our favorite picks of the round?
Oh yes, let's go back and do a favorite pick of the round. Mine's Melmetal.
Fuck you. My favorite pick personally has got to be that Fluttermane.
That's totally fair.
It's a good mon. I expected it to go first. Attila likes using that mon.
Okay.
I'm not surprised it went first, and I expected it to go first. I really like the pick. I've never seen it used, so
I think just given the support that Tapu Koko provides, that'd probably be another option for me. I also just am a little bit biased with both the Pokemon that I stated, so don't listen to me. But yeah, lots of very good Pokemon here drafted around. I'm very happy with how it went. As you might have been spoiled by me, a very professional draft stream guy, Ogerpon Wellspring is going second overall to Timmy and his team arc. Very good water type / grass type to pair with Incineroar. Very good way to round out a potential fire, water, grass core here. I don't know too much about what this thing does in doubles, other than the fact it's got a very good typing. I think it might get Life Dew. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure it does some things that maybe there's someone here who has an idea. I don't know if we have Timmy in the call with us to explain what led him to pick this. I don't think we do. No, we don't. Yeah, this thing is fast. It has offensive and defensive utility. Again, another one of those Pokemon that's yeah, another one of these Pokemon that's got
hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say, looking at Ogerpon right now, it does get some good support options. It does get Follow Me. Grass and Water is a good defensive typing. It doesn't get anything outside of the other Ogerpons. I think it's only water coverage is the mask move, or whatever it is whatever it does that does its move. It does get certain utility. It gets U-Turn, Spiky Shield, it gets Spikes, so set up hazards. It gets Encore, Counter. Not a bad pick. Good A tier pick, I would say. It also gets all of the weather setting up, so it gets the weather moves in case he decides he wants to set up the weather. Oh wait, no, it doesn't get Snowscape, but it does get Rain Hit, Sandstorm, and Sunny Day.
Oh, Timmy's with us.
Oh, Timmy's.
Did you want to?
Okay, Timmy, we'll let you take it away. Yeah, Timmy's the man. Mr. Grimes, let me read this commentator here.
So first off, this guy is S tier. There's 2 of the forms in S tier, 2 of the forms in A tier, and this is one of the better ones. It's definitely better with terastallization, but even without it, it's generally really good redirector. It's immune to Rage Powder, for example, from Amoonguss. It gets good type coverage and generally can hit like a truck and like can pick up KOs out of nowhere when you least expect it. And it can stick around a little bit, like if you invest in it in its bulk. And in general, just solid like support that can also attack.
No, I think this is very in the face of draft, like in terms of just draft league alone, this is a very versatile Pokemon. You and Mr. Grimes have seemed to have listed all things that I wasn't necessarily aware of in terms of its utility in doubles. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how you use it, and yeah, please don't draft anything else because your teams are scary. Mr. Grimes, do you want to talk about Jax's Palafin Hero going to him?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say I don't like this month. It's absolutely broken. You see its stats down there. Base 160 attack is insane. 100 speed, certainly nothing to sleep on, especially as a Choice Scarf user. I was debating picking this up actually, because with Pelipper and this thing in the rain, it is insane. Cadillacs won last season with this. I don't know why people still allow this thing to be used in draft leagues.
How did this make it to round 2?
I don't. You know that Amoongus. It was just high priority.
Oh,
Needed that Amoongus.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Can I offer a
Kind of
suggestion?
soul read on Timmy.
This thing is nuts. Mr. Grimes still currently has the floor here.
Yeah.
It Jet Punch. It gets the stronger coverage option to Aqua Jet, which it still gets for. I guess it would make more sense for it to get it than to not get it. But anyway, it's splitting hairs. It doesn't even necessarily have to run Choice Scarf. It has other abilities you can use. This thing also can be used specially. 106 special attack is nothing to sleep on. It gets setup options. It gets haze. This thing can do many things under the sun. Yes, its physical set is better, but catching up on it off guard with a special set or maybe even a support role. Palafin is certainly nothing to sneeze on. Pure Water is also a good defensive typing. It has good defensive stats. This thing shouldn't have been allowed. Yeah, that's all I have to say about this. Yeah, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here.
Yeah, I used this in a single season, and it was a shorter season. I enjoyed prepping with it because nothing switched in. But yeah, Palafin Hero, absolutely broke Pokemon. Another Pokemon allowed in doubles this season, anyways. Ursaluna Blood Moon. That's going to be going to me, and I'm very happy about it. I think I pissed off Jinx a little bit when I picked this because I don't know. She called me.
Let this man draft this thing again.
Yeah, this thing's absolutely broken. Again, on the slower side, but there's actually some fun things you can do with this thing in and out of Trick Room. It's got some utility in both. Like, if you set up Tailwind with this thing, it can be there. If you set up Trick Room for this thing, it could be there. Blood Moon's absolutely broken. Base 140 power move, stab, and 100% accuracy. The only complicated thing with it is that you can't use it twice in a row, but it has other moves. And I think it likes to kill.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say we actually learned in the single season that you can use this move over and over if you encore into that move. So maybe a strategy you want to employ is encoring Ursaluna Blood Moon into Blood Moon, and he'll be able to just use it over and over. Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here.
Not supposed to give away anything. This is not part of the contract that we signed, Mr. I'm just kidding. Ursaluna Blood Moon's really great. Definitely nothing you can do with it. Did you want to talk to us about your pink urchin?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated commentator here. This is the best Pokemon that's been drafted in this league. I will not hear any sort of hate for Pink Urchin and this being a bad Pokemon right here. All right. It is a better electric terrain setter than Tapu Koko is because one, it's in C tier. This was an absolute steal in C tier. Don't look at the fact that it has no HP and it's very slow. It doesn't get Volt Switch, but who needs Volt Switch? Who needs priority? When you could have Pink Urchin on the field doing all the work it needs to do. You just slap a Choice Band on there with the might of Zeus, and it just kills everything with Zing Zap. I don't know if it gets Volt Tackle or any other better physical electric moves, but it doesn't need it because Zing Zap just kills everything. Set up Trick Room. You just flinch everything with Zing Zap. That's all it needs. I think it gets Memento so it can kill itself. Yet another reason I should have picked up Clefairy. But yeah, it's a good electric terrain setter, I guess. You can do things with it.
Where'd the energy go?
It's still Pink Urchin. It's it's Pink Urchin. It's got its looks going for him. But,
Jinx says she doesn't appreciate the Coco slander, by the way.
Oh well, it should have been Pink Urchin. I'm sorry. You went for the inferior choice, wasted one of your S tiers on an electric terrain setter. But that's not on me. But yeah, Pink Urchin. Looking forward to using it. Yes, yeah. Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator.
Yeah. Electric Train, like Mr. Grimes said, it's one of the slower Pokemon in the draft that has the ability to take advantage, obviously slow Pokemon taking more advantage of Trick Room, but a utility Pokemon such as an Electric Train setter, as an example, that can abuse Trick Room as well. Very strong pick for C tier, I agree. Cadillacs is getting circled back after picking that Urshifu Rapid Strike Very Scary Mon to picking another very scary Pokemon, Rillaboom. This is the Pokemon that I was thinking about that has Fake Out. I thought both of them might have had Fake Out, but yeah, this is going to be his second addition to his Firewater Grass Core. Very strong doubles option, gets priority Grassy Glide, Fake Out, like I said before. Gressy's train Wood Hammer, Booster Wood Hammer is absolutely insane with base 125 special attack to back it. Very generally bulky Pokemon as well, with not terrible defensive stats. Base 100 HP is definitely no slouch in that department either. Decently good coverage. I believe it gets access to knockoff. I think it gets access to high horsepower as well. I know I'm missing some more, but probably superpower. I think there's fighting coverage in there too. Brick Break is good utility. Yeah, very good Pokemon in Rillaboom. Definitely would not expect this to not get drafted in doubles. Smart of Cadillacs to pick it up here. And we have Dusclops with his second pick overall, getting Iron Bundle. So I'm very curious to see where he goes with this team now that he has Iron Bundle as well as the Regieleki, because he doesn't have the Electric Train to boost either of them. Regardless, they're still both good at their own. Very threatened by that combination. He's really just gone and chosen speed for his first two picks, and I'm very threatened by that as someone who knows that speed is the name of the game in draft. Having that speed control is absolutely important, and he's absolutely demolished everybody in that department in the first two picks, so I'm worried. Yeah, Iron Bundle. Quark Drive can use booster energy. It's almost an essential, I will say, just to kind of go off topic a little bit, to have a Paradox Pokemon on your draft. Draft League sees that as such a huge thing because you can take advantage of it in the speed department, which we all know is very, very important. You can use it offensively and basically get a free choice band. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts option here. Jinx is going to go ahead and draft Iron Moth to pair with the Tapu Koko, making it her first electric terrain abuser with that Quark Drive ability. Jinx, you're here. Did you want to tell us a little bit about Iron Moth? Excuse me.
Well, what's there to say? It's a great Pokemon, and Quark Drive, and well, Quark Drive, it raises your Pokemon's highest stat, which is special attack, giving it Choice Scarf or upping its speed. Really makes it like a killer. It's 4 times weak to ground, which kind of sucks. Unfortunately, I was unable to draft my second Pokemon that would have went greatly with this. You'll see that one later. But overall, Iron Moth's a pretty good Pokemon, so I'm pretty happy with the pick, and it's pretty fast killer, so I think it's something to look out for.
I think it's definitely a pair to look out for in terms of its ability to work off of one another, because Tapu Koko provides so much for Iron Moth, but Iron Moth provides a little bit for Tapu Koko too, as Tapu Koko would struggle often to beat a lot of bulky grass types, and the dual stab on Iron Moth is able to really abuse that too. So honestly, just a very hyper offensive pair that is going to do well and bounce off each other, I think, and I'm not looking forward to facing it week 3. Spoiler alert. But yeah, Iron Moth makes a lot of sense to go round 2. Then we have Marin, Coach of the Fire Crown Dallas. He's going to pick up Roaring Moon, and I'm just going to look back to see what he has paired that with. It's definitely something broken. I remember he has paired it with Melmetal. So yeah, definitely establishing that he wants a very strong Dragonsteel Fairy core here. Marin, did you have anything to say about your Roaring Moon pick?
Well, besides the Dragon Fairy Steel card, like you mentioned, one of the main reasons I picked up Moon is because I didn't want to have my team rely solely on Trick Room to get things done, because that would feel like a trap. But you know,
that's totally
being
fair.
forced to run Trick Room every single time.
Yeah, that's totally fair. You have two very
So yeah,
strong
he's a fast
offensive options.
Yeah. Good offensive option, can D-Dance, can Tailwind if you wanted to, can Knock, and just be very annoying in general.
Not to mention another Pokemon that has the ability to use booster energy. Just another Pokemon to add to that pile. All these Pokemon are threatening
right.
themselves. Yeah, I'm very happy with this to see this pick, especially given the fact that it has such a prominent weakness of fairy, and Melmetal just covers that, it's like one of the better offensive pairings you can ask for. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to facing Roaring Moon. Like, Booster Energy plus Dragon Dance is already broken by itself. Here's an option for Roaring Moon, Clefable. I'm not sure if this was the intention for Frogman, but he definitely sniped one of the better counters for Roaring Moon, like, immediately, off of probably a lot of people.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just realized I was muted for the past 2 picks. I was saying things nobody was hearing me, so that's great. So Clefable, the reason this was picked up is because it's one Clefable. It has 3 great abilities. I'm speaking, of course, on Frogman's behalf, but this thing is going to pair up with some of his later picks. Clefable is already good in doubles, but considering what else he picks up, especially we're going to see, I think, within the next few picks, this is going to be all the more dangerous on his team. It gets follow me and stuff like that. It can be used offensively. Magic Guard. I forget what unaware. That's the other good ability. Yeah, I know things. Also, it's just a fairy type. It's Clefable. Everybody knows what it does. It sits there forever. Follow me. Recovers health. Yeah, it's Clefable. It's great. Everybody loves Clefable. Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated, go commentate.
Yeah, I think you nailed it right on the rail. Hit that nail right on the coffin. Sorry, I was eating my supper. I didn't get a chance to finish it. Yeah, I think everything else has been covered for Clefable, right? It gets some coverage that would otherwise help with like Fire Blast and stuff, and Magic Guard is very useful, and as well as all of its other abilities, like everyone has said so far. Send help. Mega Alakazam is now in Psychic Train next to Indeedee. Please send help. Look at its stats. Think about the fact that it's in Psychic Train, and then get back to me, because that's not fair. It's not fair. It doesn't need Nasty Plot. It's just not fair. What Psychic Train does for something like this? It avoids priority. Being a fast Pokemon, it avoids priority. Is the fastest thing on the field almost 99% of the time, if not 99.5% of the time, because Regieleki exists. But yeah, this thing says here, abuses Electric Train or Psychic Train thanks to Indeedee, and claim skills. Expanding Forest, claim skills. You actually just need to have an answer for Psychic Train in order to have an answer for Mega Alakazam, because otherwise you're basically losing. So, totally understandable why ES wanted to use his S tiers in order to establish this very scary offensive core. Please help. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that this thing has all the coverage it needs, but it doesn't need them because Expanding Forest will literally hit Dark types in Psychic Train. Don't quote me.
Yeah, there's unfortunately not much to say about Mega Alakazam.
Yeah, Calm Mind's a thing. So there's that option instead of Nasty Plot. But yeah, Mega Kangaskhan going to make Blind Fangs. This is one of my personal favorite Megas, both in singles. I haven't seen it used in doubles yet, personally, but I'm sure it does what everyone imagined it does in both formats. It has Parental Bond, which allows it to hit twice, both with the Mama Kangaskhan and the baby Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan. Does not have access to Seismic Toss, important to note. It is still, however, an S tier Mega, but it's more than worth it as it has the ability to use Power Punch and make its attack +2. It's very bulky naturally, with base 100 in both defenses and base 105 HP. Base 125 special attack is no such, and it has a very commendable speed tier, base 100 as well. So, massive amount of coverage. Has access to Wish if you really wanted to. I'm sure it has access to other doubles related things as well. Fake Out does get access to Fake Out. So, be on the look for Kangaskhan to be one of Blind Fang's more notable Pokemon on his draft.
Guten Tag, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. It gets other options for what it can do. It gets beat up, which is important for certain mons that benefit from being hit by Dark type moves. Oh no, what was that? I'm sorry. Yeah.
Blind Fangs, did you have anything to say regarding your Mega Kangaskhan pick? I just noticed you were in the call there. If you did want to get back to us later, that's totally fine. But yeah, Mr. Mega Kangaskhan is an absolute monster.
Oh no,
Mr.
I just
Mega.
have a quick long
Oh,
thing.
hello.
Hi.
What did you want? Have anything to talk about your Mega Kangaskhan pick here?
Not really. I mean, it's just a funny Pokemon. I like him.
Funny Pokemon.
I just didn't want to deal with it, to be honest. I didn't want to
Yeah,
deal with
that's
that.
fair. Yeah, I wouldn't want to deal
And
with
I
it too.
and I didn't want to deal with Spectre.
Oh, fair. Well, that's fair. Oh, that's a good way to go about a draft.
That is literally like the first half of my draft in the shop. Didn't want to deal with it.
Things that you don't want to deal with. .jpg. Fair enough.
Why do you think I picked Pincursion?
Because
Absolute
Pinkerton
massive
is
threat.
low-key a powerhouse.
Yeah, this thing is gonna be fun. It has elemental punches too, I believe.
It's a Gen 1 mon, and the thing about Gen 1 mons is they get crazy coverage from
Mhm.
back in the day, especially because of the the retro games being put on the 3D. Okay, we're on Arcanine now.
I'm sorry.
I thought we were
Yeah.
still on games.
I just want to make sure
yeah,
that
Arcanine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Histurian Arcanine. Everybody wanted this. It has reasons why, because I know Frogger Man personally wanted it because Rockhead Flare Blitz in the sun would have been crazy. Also, like
Oh my God.
basically Rockhead, it's just like regular Arcanine. It gets 3 good abilities. It's still Arcanine. It's part Rock, which I personally don't.
One of the better Intimidate
Uh,
users.
Yeah. I don't too much care for its typing.
Me
But you look at its stats, it's a good rounded mon. It's Hisuian Arcanine. It does one thing very well, and that's Choice Band Head Smash, I believe.
Yeah,
Choice
you
Band
don't
Head
have to
Smash,
worry about your
Flare Blitz.
typing when you have choice banded Head Smash with Rockhead.
Yeah. It's Hisuian Arcanine. Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah. I don't know what all else is to say about this mon.
It's wild charge for
I
those
say
water
that.
types.
Yeah. When you're right, you're right.
When you're ready.
Uh,
Yeah, this will round out
isn't it?
our second round, I believe. Yep, that's it. So here's a recap of round 2. I'm just gonna say this: the fact that Palafin even made it to round 2 is the reason why I'm gonna personally pick it as my favorite Pokemon of this round. I think Mega Alexander would probably be my near second as well. Indeed, Psyche Train. Man, we don't love that for opponents, but yeah.
I like the Pincursion, personally.
Now, why would you like why would you like Pincursion? I don't know. It's random. It's really random. To me. All right, we're just gonna kick off with round 3 because we're on pace to have another 6-hour draft stream. All right, Attila, back on his wheel pick after having the first round of the draft, picks Arcanine, and following up, he picks Iron Hands. This is another Pokemon that is very surprising to have lasted this long.
Iron Hand.
Iron Hands, steamed hands. Very strong, very bulky Fake Out Mon, as you can see. Basically a physical tank with that base 154 HP, base 140 attack, and base 108 defense. Not much is going to be touching this on the physical side. Especially not in Trick Room. If this thing has the right partner, it's going to be using Trick Room and hitting very hard in that mode of speed. Fighting Electric is just a very offensive typing as well. And with a Pokemon that has the defensive stats such as this, we had an Iron Hands team last season and it did very well.
Iron Fan.
Iron Fans. I think it was partnered with
Join my Iron Fans.
I think it was partnered with a Rangaroo and it just did absolutely amazing. Attila, please.
Yeah. Looking at
Monster.
this thing, it has similar stats to a Pokemon I don't know a lot about, that being Melmetal. Assault Vest, Choice Band, Trick Room. Even if you want to run Quark Drive, I know he doesn't have an Electric Train setter. He may have a Pokemon that can use the move, but he doesn't have any Electric Surge lines. This thing, it gets all the coverage it needs. Also, one thing that this thing gets that makes this thing so scary is Belly Drum.
Oh god.
That's probably why this thing is picked up. Base 140 Belly Drum, especially in Trick Room, because Trick Room will go last, so he can click Belly Drum, then click Trick Room, and then he'll go first with the +4 in Trick Room. I don't know if he picked up a Trick Room setter. I don't remember everybody else's
If you
draft.
pick Iron
I hardly
Hands,
remember mine.
If you pick Iron Hands, you pick a Trick Room setter. I'm sure he picked one.
Yeah. But it also gets moves like Body Press, and like you said, it gets Fake Out. It's just offensive.
Makes sense why this
You
thing was
can't-
picked in the first first pick of the third round, definitely.
Yeah,
Blind Fangs with the second pick of the third round, picking up Whimsicott. I was sniped at this. I'm not gonna lie. I really wanted this Pokemon. I really like Prankster Tailwind as an option. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. It has access to Prankster Encore as well. Prankster Charm even is pretty useful. If you want to run Beat Up next to something, you could. I think it has Memento as well. Lot that this thing can do for a draft. It's basically the glue that would hold the draft together, regardless of whether it's singles or doubles, in my opinion. I think this thing has a lot of value in singles as well. It has the ability, with its base speed, as one of the Prankstermons that has a very high base speed, to just straight out just abuse its speed and have a bit of offensive prowess as well, despite the fact that its special attack is a little bit on the more lacking side in base 77. Grass and Fairy is a pretty good offensive typing. Really only has the check of like the common steel flyings and maybe like a fire type as well. But yeah, a very nice partner to have in terms of support. I'm gonna move on here to the third pick. We have another Terra Captain finally. I was feeling a little bit lonely. ES picks up Terra Poltegeist. I think I'm saying that right. Yeah, Poltegeist. For the Boraku Baltoys. A very good Terra option, especially given the fact that it has the ability to Shell Smash. Often, I think you'll see a trend of a lot of the Pokemon that are Terra Captains in the higher echelon of Terra Captains. They're going to be very much abusing setup with their Terra type. Or that's going to be like their general goal on paper. So that's what I see when I see this Pokemon. Another very strong offensive threat in Psychic Terrain, not that necessarily benefits from it, but does get access to stored power. I'm now thinking about that. I didn't think about that when I first saw this pick, but Lord help us, again. Another strong Terra, or another strong option for the Boraku Baltoys. Next we have Mega Beedrill, the first Mega, I believe, of the draft, if I'm not mistaken. Going to Froggerman and the Ylander Goojers. I was a little bit surprised to see this go in round 3. There is a rule. I forgot to mention this in the beginning. There is a rule that you must draft one Mega Pokemon. So perhaps Froggerman's draft plan was already set up. It kind of looks like he's starting to pick off the lower tier things first and save his S tiers for the end, just based on the trend of the draft so far. It kind of looks like he was the first to establish 2 S tiers, or 2 A tiers, excuse me, and now he's dipping into the B tiers a little bit. Makes me kind of think that he's going to go for S tiers at the end strategy. But Mega Beedrill's not a bad Pokemon by any means. It's a very glass cannon-y Pokemon with a very high attack and speed stat. A little bit of a special defense to kind of back it up if you wanted to live just like a niche, stray hit from something, or a couple stray hits. Has access to Fell Stinger if you want to pick something off a low health and get like a plus, I think it's +3 or +6 attack boost. Absolutely scary offensive option. With the addition of Gen 8 cut moves being, or Gen 9 cut moves are allowed this season, it does get access to Pursued? No? Yes? No, it doesn't. Okay, never mind. They'll listen to me. But still very good Mon. Gets ground coverage. Poison Bug is also very nice. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I think especially the thing with Mega Beedrill on this draft is its ability to, 1, be very fast and click Toxic Spikes, and 2, it gets a lot of support options that are good in doubles. Like, for example, it gets Tailwind. It can, like you said, do things like Fell Stinger. I think that's mostly what this Beedrill is here for. While it can click very strong moves, I just think the ability for it to do something really fast is good. Like I said, sending up Toxic Spikes, especially with his S tier picks that he will eventually pick. And I can say I have used this Pokemon once before, and I did a good chunk to a Swampert with Giga Drain with this thing, but with its base 15 special attack. So
I'm so sorry, Blind Fangs. I totally forgot about your Mega Kangaskhan. I literally just said that we hadn't had a Mega yet. Oh man, I feel bad. I'm sorry. You're right. Second Mega of the draft.
But it also gets things like Roost, but it's not typically known for it being defensive, but this is doubles. So it gets good support, which is why I think this Beedrill exists here. But I could be wrong. He could just wanted it. He could have just wanted it because adaptability, U-turn, go dummy. So Once again, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Okay. We need to have a little sit-down discussion about this Pokemon because you could argue that this pick makes a huge amount of sense, it being so early, given that it is in C tier and it has what it has access to. So it's one, very bulky Mon. Just straight from the start, you can see the stats at the bottom right, very bulky. Kind of a special tank. Two, Trick Room. It's got the option to support. Three, it has Armor Tail. Is that the name of the ability?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it has Armor Tail, which I believe makes it immune to flinching. Is that right? I know it does something that's stupid good for a doubles partnership or pair up.
The Pokemon and its allies are protected from opposing priority moves.
Right. So Fake Out. And others. But yeah, has a lot of value. Has decent coverage. Honestly, could be argued for a good Terra option, but Marin opted not to, which is totally fair. It's fine without it. Honestly, very high utility without it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, this thing does everything that you want out of a Trick Room setter. I don't know if there's anything else I need to say about it. It's better Giraffe Rig. You're welcome. Marin was totally right by picking this early. Probably the best C tier available. I'm just gonna say that.
Man, with this thing being so much better than Giraffe Rig, I hope eventually in the future they make it to where Giraffe Rig can evolve into this thing.
Jinx picks up Raichu Lola to pair with the electric train that Coco provides. Another very common pairing in the sense that Coco will be a support Pokemon for another Pokemon on Jinx's draft. You often see in singles this pairing, and now it's here in doubles. So Raichu Lola has the ability to search there for doubles the speed and electric train. I believe it's doubles, or if it's not, it's 1.5 times, but I think it's doubles the speed. It's already very fast mono base 110 speed, so no slouch. Has the stab electric type moves to abuse electric train with. I believe it gets rising voltage as well, which will double in power. Pretty nutty. It gets a nasty plot, pretty nutty. Has the psychic stab, which is good against those bulkier poisons, pretty nutty. Yeah, this thing's gonna go ham. And I was kind of Jinx. I think Jinx and I had a couple calls about this pick, or not just about this pick, but just in general. I was curious as to whether or not she was going to make this a Terra option on her draft, or the Terra option on her draft, but I think she made the right call with what she ended up going for. No, I won't spoil anything, but yeah, this is going to be one of her many offensive options on her team. Speaking of Terra options, Dusclops has opted to draft Terra Chandelure for his SSJ Infernape's. I'm just trying to go back here because I don't have the teams on the top left like I normally do. How Dusclops is, so he has Regieleki Iron Bundle and Chandelure. Okay, so Chandelure, very strong, very I won't say bulky because its stats don't really scream bulky, but it can be made bulky with Terra. I think this thing has good coverage. It might have access to Energy Ball to hit those bulky waters. That might be a little bit annoying. Yeah, base 145 attack is just monstrous. It's probably one of the better speed tiers you can get for a Choice Scarf user. If you had this thing under Tailwind, it would absolutely annihilate the competition. Yeah, this thing behind Regieleki screens would be great too. Yeah, not much more I can say about this Pokemon. What's that?
This was a good snag.
This was
a
a very
good
good
Terra
snag.
option. I don't often see this thing be terrestrialized. I guess because I don't do many draft leagues where they don't do Terra options this high, or Pokemon like Chandelure that are like normally in the middle of the tier list being available for Terra options.
Hi Frog, welcome
Looking
to
at
the
this thing
stream.
though, just this thing being able to Terra Fire, Overheat, that's insane. Being able to terrestrialize into a good defensive typing, or be able to take advantage of its okay defenses. There's not a lot to say about this thing other than it will hit hard under Terra.
Yep.
And also it sets up Trick Room.
It does set up Trick Room. I forgot about Yeah, room service chandelier. Don't knock it. This would have been my next pick if it didn't go. I'm just gonna say this right now. Because Whimsicott got sniped, I usually draft Whimsicott. This thing would have been my next pick. Tornadus goes to Cadillacs and New Zealand Breakers. God damn it. Makes a lot of sense. Very good offensive pairing to pair with the Urshifu as well as the Rillaboom, actually, come to think of it. But more so the Urshifu in terms of the typing. But yeah, this thing has the new move that got introduced, I think, in this generation called Bleak Wind Storm. Hits both foes, is 100 base power, flying type move, stab, and has the chance to lower their speed, if I'm not mistaken. So has a lot of utility. If you want to run Prankster Rain Dance, that would be 100% accurate. You can run 100% accurate Hurricanes. You can even set the rain with this Pokemon for things like the Urshifu as a teammate. So yeah, a lot that this thing can do in terms of utility. A lot of spread move options in both Bleak Wind Storm and Heat Wave and such. And has access to Nasty Plot now. Very good speed tier 2. Doesn't necessarily have to be bulky or offensive. It can be generally both. A little bit harder to be bulky, I'd say, but yeah, very good stats both ways. Has the ability to find as well if you wanted to be a little bit cheekier and take advantage of somebody's Intimidate user or defogging or whatever. Yeah, I can see a lot of fun being had with this mon. Mr. Grimes is going to select his Terra Captain in Basculegion Female. Did you want to talk to us about Basculegion Female, Mr. Grimes?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. As a matter of fact, I don't want to talk about Basculegion Female because I ended up dropping this. So instead, I'm going to talk about what I replaced it with, that being Overquill. Overquill was a Pokemon that I decided I would swap this thing out for later in the draft. I do end up getting a new Terra Captain. So the thing about Overquill is Barbarage go crazy. It is a Swift Swim abuser that is not a water type, which is nice. Being able to have some diversity just in Swift Swim abusers. And Overquill doesn't do much outside of that. It gets Intimidate in case I want to bring it and I don't have room for Pelipper. But, you know, Overquill is a mon that oftentimes a lot of people say it's I can't think of the word, but it's overhyped, I guess, in a way. They say that it's oftentimes better than it gets credit for. I've used it a couple times and it is okay. I don't necessarily know if it's worth a B tier pick, but I needed something in B tier and Overquill just seemed to be the best option for me considering what I had and what I needed. But you know, we'll see where it goes with Overquill. I don't really care about this thing on the screen, so we can go to the next pick now. Once again,
Right.
Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator.
I really wanted to establish that I had a follow me user or redirection user that had the typing to support my first two very strong offensive picks in Regidrago and Ursaluna the Blood Moon, excuse me. And that is Jirachi. Jirachi being able to take care of both of my teammates' ice weaknesses. Very good defensive typing against Steel Psychic. Not much is going to be able to attest to that. That is outside of like ground, fire, I guess a few things. Ground, fire, Dark Ghost, and probably another one. I'm sure there's got to be another one. But yeah, Jirachi, nice Pokemon to core with my teammates currently. I don't see myself dropping this thing anytime soon. It has the absolute monstrous coverage that it has. Has the ability to set up Trick Room itself. Has the ability to set up a different weather.
It's Jirachi. It has Serene Grace and 4,000 flinching moves.
Yeah.
Ancient Power, the Elemental Punches. It's all of its defensive options. You know, it's Jirachi. You know,
Jirachi.
yeah, it's Jirachi. I don't see this draft a lot, surprisingly as it is. It's a good mon. I think it's kind of slept on, but you know.
I'm excited to use it. I haven't used it in a while, if not at all. So,
yeah, it's a good mon.
All right, Jax is going to be picking up Landorus Therian to give him his third pick here, giving himself one of the better intimidators on the draft board. Is going to be his second No.
Yes.
Yeah, Palafin. Yeah, so Palafin Landorus is 2 S tiers. Right away, amazing couple of Pokemon there because they core together, for one. Two, both very physically offensive Pokemon that do different things.
God.
They both have the ability to be special as well. I don't think about this. This is getting better and better the more I think about these pairs. Yeah, great coverage. Landorus. Stealth rocks. You can run gravity if you really wanted to.
I think the thing with Landorus is it has so many offensive options. Like you can run, most people, just gonna run physical with this thing, but it's very capable of running special, much like Paladin. You can run special with it. It gets Nasty Plot, it gets Calm Mind, it gets a lot of good special moves like Sandseer Storm, Scorching Sands, Sludge Wave,
Grass Knot.
it also Weather Ball. There's so much it can do.
Yes. It's another versatile Pokemon.
That's the thing with Landorus. I'm surprised he picked it up, honestly.
Oh, I think it makes the most sense with Palafin.
It does make a lot of sense, but I know Jax pretty well.
Yeah, you do know Jax and his playstyle better. It's a good model.
I'm curious to see how he uses this.
I want to help him build sets with it because Landorus is very fun to build with. Timmy is going to round out our third round with Mega Venusaur, giving us our third Mega Pokemon to be drafted here. I'm not quite sure what Mega Venusaur wants to do after it's Mega in doubles. I'm not quite sure because it's bulky, yes, and it has the ability to be a couple different things. A bulky Leech Seed recovery wall. It can be bulky offensive. It can be a I don't know, Sun Sweeper if you didn't decide to make it. Like, I don't know.
When in doubt in doubles, you look at its support options. This thing is a bulky user of double screens. Like you said, it sets up Leech Seed, Toxic. It gets Sword Stance, so it doesn't have the most support options or the best support options for doubles, but what it does get, it's very good. Like I mentioned earlier, just this thing setting up dual screens is kind of crazy. Because it's so bulky. It also gets Worry Seed, which is slept on in doubles, considering how important abilities are in doubles most of the time. So it being able to do that, along with its other support options, and like I said, it does get Sword Stance, so it can just start setting up and knocking things out.
Say Sword Stance?
And of course, yeah, it gets Sword Stance.
Oh my god.
Or even just running its standard special set. I think this pick is better than what it could get credit for because it is doubles, and Venusaur typically is better on Sun teams, but I don't think this is a Sun team. I'm not looking at it right now, but I'm curious to see how this will be used.
As a Bulbasaur guy myself, I'm excited by this pick just by that. Even if it might not be like what I know it for being in doubles. This is gonna round out our third round of the draft. I think this is one of my favorite rounds because there's just so much that was picked here that benefits the others, and I think in general this is a lot of round 3 gold that was picked this round. So probably gonna have to give my favorite to my personal yours is Iron Hands.
Yeah, it just seems like it's gonna be a lot of fun to use.
My personal favorite is probably the Whimsicott, and I'm not spiteful about it at all. I definitely didn't want Prankster Tailwind. I think Farigiraf also has a lot of value in this round, despite the fact that C tier. I think just establishing that good Trick Room user early is very smart by Marin again. We're just gonna jump on into round 4 here, and take the momentum off of Timmy, who just drafted Mega Venusaur. He's just gonna pair that with Glastrier. Timmy! Yeah, this is a very scary Pokemon in general. One of the bulkier ice types. Yeah, this screams Trick Room when I see this. Look at its stats. It's got very good bulk. It's got very good offensive ability. It has the ability to be a offensive tank. It has the ability to be.
What tier was this? A?
This is A tier.
Okay.
Okay, I'm weird with Glastrier because in singles, this could be argued in so many different tiers. Like, in my opinion.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. Like, there's a weird thing with Glastrier.
This thing in doubles, if it had the ability to Terra, it would have been better than Reggie Drago
Oh
because
god,
it
yeah.
gets so much coverage. It gets body press. This thing being
High
in,
horsepower.
yeah, like it's glass tree. Okay,
It's chilling
this is
Nave's
another
ability.
mon you rarely see in singles. Yeah, chilling Nave being able to raise its attack. You rarely see it in singles, and sometimes you'll see it in doubles. I think glass tree is oftentimes slept on because of where it has to fall in. It's one of those mons that's either going to be okay amongst the A tiers or the best thing in B tier.
Yep. I've seen
But,
it
you
in
know,
points
it
leagues
gets
go as
setup
low as like 6
options.
points.
Well, those people don't need to run leagues.
Yeah,
But,
well, they run YouTube leagues.
It gets sports dance, curse, like it gets options, and it gets a lot of offensive options. Not much with support. It gets roar. It doesn't get much else.
Does it get snarl
I'm
or
sure
no?
this was. It got snarl.
Oh, right on. I like my
It
brain.
snarls, but I mean, it gets scary face. I don't know if you do anything with scary
I don't
face. in
think so
doubles,
with
but,
a base stat like that or base speed like that.
but
But maybe for something else, yeah.
this may have just been another one of the mons like he mentioned he picked up because he didn't want to deal with it. But yeah, it also gets throat chop, so you can
that's
do
good
things
to
with throat chop as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a good mon.
Hi,
Good mon.
Jimmy here. I just
Sure.
want to mention I was not the one who said I picked
It
up
was Blind
Pokemon
Fangs, not
because I
to me.
didn't want to do with
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Well, you're all the same person to me, so.
Oh, well,
Well,
I'm glad I reinstated
That's
you
good.
as my co-commentator.
Aren't you just?
Shush. All right, we're
Next
gonna
pick.
move on to Jax's 4th pick of the draft. He picks up Arcanine. A nice intimidator to pair with Landers. Just kind of bouncing that off of that last pick there. Very physical draft outside of a Moongoose up to this point, but this is very early on in the draft. This is only 1/3 of the entire draft, and we see 3 out of 4. It's not a big deal. I'm sure Jax is aware of this. He's drafted enough. Yeah, basically the same as Arcanine. A little bit more defensively versed Pokemon, in my opinion, given the fact that its typing is not 4 times weak to both water and ground.
It
Yeah.
does have the better defensive typing. It gets Raging Fury, which is just the fire outrage. It gets Morning Sun. It also gets Teleport. For some reason, Gen 1 go crazy. But it gets some better. I think this thing, in my opinion, this one is better in doubles. Also, it gets
I agree.
burn up. And I think not having a typing in doubles can oftentimes be a good thing. It also gets Snarl. Safeguard can have its use. Yeah, it's Arcanine. I prefer this Arcanine if I were to have to pick one. It having Intimidate and 2 other good abilities, especially with Justified. I don't know if
He
he
is the
picked up a
bestest
beat up
boy.
user, but ouchies. If he did pick up a beat up user for Arcanine, but
I think we should put a pin.
Anyway.
I think we should put a pin in the fact that Arcanine has Justified to see if Jax picks up a beat up user. Yeah.
hey Jax, my boy, beat up.
I'm next. I pick up Iron Boulder. I wanted something with speed. That's basically it. Iron Boulder is pretty nasty. It has, of course, one of the Paradox Pokemon. It's honestly one of the better Paradox Pokemon in my opinion, simply because of the fact that 1, it has a speed control, 2, it's got the offense typing, but 3, Mighty Cleave, its signature move, goes through Protect. It does not break Protect, but it goes behind it and still does the same amount of damage. I'm excited by that. It gets access to Sword Stance, which I'm pretty excited about. Like I said, it could be one of the Booster Energy Pokemon. I don't have a means of proccing its Cork Drive without Booster Energy, so I'm going to be a little bit more mindful of that. I at one point had something in my job plan which did, but I will get into that later. But yeah, Iron Boulder is pretty fun. A little bit of strong, fast offensive threat. Yeah, it's got decent coverage. Not much more I know about this Pokemon at this current moment because I haven't used it in draft before or seen much of what it does. But yeah, Mighty Cleave really teed me off in the speed, so I'm excited. Speaking of Paradox forms, Mr. Grimes, you're going to go ahead and pick up Iron Leaves right after me. So what instigated you to pick this?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say here we picked up Iron Leaves. I'll. I don't know. There wasn't really a lot of thought that went into pick up Iron Leaves.
Clearly.
I wanted a. Excuse me. I have the floor here. Thank you.
So sorry,
uh,
formerly reinstated.
Iron Leaves here. It gets a lot. It gets a lot of coverage moves. The thing I like to say about Iron Leaves is it's Virizion. Virizion was good. It gets Side Blade, which is boosted in electric terrain, and this thing being in electric terrain is really good. It gets a lot of other things. I just heard that this was a good mon to use if you have electric terrain, and so I wanted to just test that for myself. It gets Sword Stance, Font. It gets Helping Hand. Now that I'm gonna use it, it gets Quash. It gets Quash.
Remind me what
Why
Quash
does
does
it
again,
get
doesn't
Quash?
it? Slow the opposing Pokemon down.
It makes whatever Pokemon you target with go last.
Right.
It'll be the last thing to go. It also gets Coaching. So offensive, defensive support. Much like you with your sort of Justice Robot. I haven't used
Iron
it before. I
Boulder.
don't know a lot of what it does, but I know what you got.
Alright.
But
I'm gonna turn. I'm gonna
it's a
turn
good
on you
boy.
right now and make this a
once
verb.
again, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated for commentary.
I'm gonna turn on you, Mr. Grimes, right now and say that you Melmetal jinxed with this pick. You absolutely just Melmetal jinxed with this pick.
Don't put that on the same level. Don't put that on the same level. Don't
No,
put
but
that on the
you
same
know what I
level.
mean, though, right?
Well.
If Break Character didn't exist, you know very well that you would have made Jinx based off even more. But yeah, anyway, I understand why you picked this. Cadillacs drafting Heatran. I like this for a couple reasons. One, very bulky Pokemon. Two, great Pokemon to take advantage of grassy terrain from Rillaboom. Another Pokemon to establish. Actually, this runs as far as Grass Core now that I think about it. Yeah, Heatran you can't go wrong with. It's a very bulky type, despite the 4 times ground weakness, which gets nullified a little bit by the grassy terrain that is going to be provided. Aside from some other ground type coverage moves, it's got a lot of versatility. It can be a bulkier Pokemon with Subtoxic. I've seen that run a lot on this Pokemon. Has access to Stealth Rocks. It has access to its own ground type coverage for other things that might come in to check it. It has very high special attack stat for a bulkier Pokemon. Yeah, Will-O-Wisp was great. Don't really remember what else all this gets.
It can do a lot of things very good.
Very well.
It
Yes.
has a lot of. It has like all of the fire and steel coverage under the sun. It gets Lunge, so it can lower attack stats. Scorching Sands, Roar gets support options.
How do you know it has Lunge? Are you looking? If you weren't looking this up, are you looking at it?
That's on Showdown. I'm on Showdown.
Okay, I'm glad you are. Because I said if you just randomly knew that got Lunge, I would actually be impressed.
It gets Lunge. It gets Pounce. It can slow things down if it needs to, or it can just start going ham.
Yeah, I like this pick for
Lava
this is a very
Plume,
Cadillacs Pokemon as well.
Fiery Dance. Was it? No, it gets the other one. I don't know, but it's. I've not seen this be used in doubles before, but I think it will be very good.
I think it's a good Pokemon for doubles. I just don't know if I've seen it either. It's good in draft.
Yeah. If anybody can make use of it, Cadillacs will.
Dusclops drafts Okidogi, which is a Pokemon, one of the Pokemon I'm excited to see used in draft in general.
Okidogi.
I have personally not seen this used too much in draft. That being said, another great Scarf user. Has access to a very wide range of coverage outside of just poison fighting. It gets access to the elemental punches. It gets access to a dark type move, I'm sure. A ground type move, I'm sure. The only thing I think it is lacking though is a pivoting move, if I am not mistaken there. But still a very picky Pokemon.
The thing about Okidogi is it has Guard Dog as its ability, which gives it an attack boost instead of a nerf under if it gets intimidated. It does not get that pivoting. It does not get that pivoting move you were talking about, but it's
But do you need it in doubles anyway? You might not even need it in doubles if you're Guard Dog, right?
No.
Yeah.
But
I'm excited.
it has
to see
a
how
good
this is
typing. it gets a lot of physical coverage. I haven't seen much of this. I have actually never seen this be drafted before. I've seen a lot of the other two, but not this one.
I've seen it be drafted. I just have never seen a replay of it being used. I wasn't like studious. I must have not faced a team with Okidogi on it yet.
It does get Snarl, Roar, gets some doubles options. Knockoff is good, but this thing I imagine will just be here for to stop Intimidators from hitting the field. Because this thing getting a +1 boost and then just going Okidogi all over anything. It's a shame it doesn't get Trailblaze or Flame Charge. It has a way to boost its speed, but just slap a Joy Scarf on there.
Ridiculous.
It'll be good
with the speed.
Yeah.
Speed boost. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this is used. Jinx drafts Mega Blastoise. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think this is a very good Mega Pokemon to try to establish early. I think regardless of the fact that she has access to Electric Train, like regardless of the fact that Electric Train is a thing on certain people's drafts so far, you're going to run into this problem where bulky waters are going to be under threat of their own teams like Electric Train. But Blastoise is good in the sense that it has the utility in order to do its best to avoid that. It has Fake Out, it has Follow Me when it needs it, it has it does not have access to Shell Smash, important to note. It's an A tier Mega Blastoise with no Shell Smash. It has some good coverage to hit things that wouldn't otherwise normally be able to hit, like Ice Beam for grass types. Yeah, it can run its ability is Mega Launcher, so things like Aura Sphere and Dark Pulse are doing more damage, Water Pulse as well. And
I think it's also worth mentioning that this thing gets terrain pulse.
It does get terrain pulse.
And with the electric terrain with the
oh shoot! I didn't think about that. What the hell? I'm failing as a commentator here. Jeez. Yeah, terrain pulse is a thing. And electric. I'm seeing where this is going. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Oh jeez. Thank you for pointing that out. Yeah.
Mr. Ground, really reinstated comment.
It gets rapid spin if you really need to. It gets flip turns. Now that has the ability to pivot, which is nice.
Also, I don't think there is enough selling of Water Spout.
Water Spout's fair.
I know it doesn't get Shell Smash, but at one point I was looking at normal Blastoise, but normal Blastoise got taken, and I was looking forward to firing off Water Spouts in the rain. It gets some like you said, yeah, it does get some very good double support options like Fake Out, Life too. It does get Life too.
All right,
but
yeah,
nice pick.
Nice pick. Ting Lu by Marin. I don't know if Marin's still on the call to talk about his Ting Lu pick, but I overlooked this and I'm sad because this is a good Pokemon. Did you want to talk about your Ting Lu, Marin?
How did you overlook Ting Lu?
So, Ting Lu is just like mainly for the hazards, because it's a very prominent hazard setter. It can it's very bulky, and its ability lowers the special attack by our Pokemon, so it's very hard to kill, as you can imagine.
I've used it 3 times. I have not been disappointed.
Yep, it also has Ruination to chip things down with 50%. I believe it is. Or 25, I don't know. But
it's 50% of what your current HP is.
Yeah, so 50%, yes.
It's very strong. Yeah, a lot of utility, like you said. It has Heavy Slam to hit fairies too, which is absolutely monstrous, given that its weight and its attack are very high.
Yep, and Stab Earthquake is a great thing to have.
I think it has Throat Chop too for utility.
Yeah, Throat Chop as well to stop stuff like Hyper Voice Sylveon, Boom Burst Noivern, other things like that.
Very nice. I like the utility. Well, it's here.
Also, I think the ability of it just having it being one of the Ruination Quartet and having the ability to cut special attacking moves for teammates is good, especially for things like the Melmetal.
Absolutely. Oh yeah, geez, yeah. True.
Yeah, that's good too.
Also, it gets like a lot of utility with hazards, like you said, Heavy Slam. It gets Memento, so something else that you could have, or I could have paired up with Clefairy. But Yeah.
Here's the
It's a shame it
predisposed
can't.
Terra Shedinja there, Mr. Grimes. Froggerman drafted Shedinja, Terra.
So this was allowed in D tier. I understand it had, it's Shid Ninja. It has 1 HP. You can throw hazards and
Toxic. And
status moves its way, but this is where I think Clefable really comes into play. I think these two is the best late game duo in this entire draft. Especially if he is able to keep hazards off the field, because Clefairy can just click follow me with Magic Guard and eat up all of the moves it needs to. I understand it's still Shit Ninja. Its stats are horrible, but and it does need some time to get going. But I think with the right amount of I'm going to say careful care and preparation, this could be one of the best ones. Yeah, it is draft, so you know to bring stuff for it, but especially like with his S tiers that he's going to have, and the fact that he has this Sun team, just that punching holes and everything, and then Shininja coming in to clean up is one of the reasons why I think this is the best draft here. And this is my favorite draft. It looks a lot of fun to use, and a lot of that is because of Shininja right here.
I just have 2 things to say. Ground type coverage and toxic.
Air balloon.
Well, 4
and
things to say. Will-O-Wisp and hazards.
Follow me and Devog.
Whirlwind.
Whirlwind.
Alright, draft is predictable. Just saying that. Hawlucha. Gonna be popping that Psychic Seed and Psychic Terrain. Yet another monster.
This was traded.
It was traded, unfortunate, because I think it made a lot of sense on ES's team. I was actually kind of shocked by the trade, to be honest. But yeah, Hawlucha, as per the pre-Grace Period draft, is going to be on his team. Very good Pokemon. I've used it a couple times recently in my, what I like to call my...
he traded this out for... Oh, keep going.
I was doing like a burnt out tour is what Mr. Grimes called it, because I've been so burnt out with draft leagues and stuff. And both times I've drafted Hawlucha, and it was my kill leader. So, yeah, this thing's a monster. It has Bulk Up, Roost as an option. It has Sword Stance as an option. It has Choice Band as an option. I've seen people use Choice Band. I've used it before.
I wonder who won one of those leagues that you had that Hawlucha in.
It doesn't ring a bell. I don't think of any names that I would remember.
Rotom Heat is what he picked up for this.
Rotom Heat. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it has Tailwind.
I don't know.
Anyway, yeah. So I'll just talk about Hawlucha since it's on the screen, and the Grace Period transactions will be highlighted at the end. But yeah, Hawlucha for now is making a lot of sense on a team like this. We have Wheezing coming for Blind Fangs.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I just want to, timing. Wheezing for Blind Fangs, the Kanto form. At first I was like, oh, well, he doesn't have an abuser of neutralizing gas. And I was like, wait, this is like super early in the draft. He still has time to pick up the Slacking and the Regigigas and all that stuff. So,
I know for a fact that this was picked up because he was afraid of the Shininja.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And I don't think you need something to pair up with neutralizing gas in order for neutralizing gas to be useful.
Oh, I
know. I said, there are a lot of weather teams and Paradox Pokemon going around. I think this on its own will be good, but this pairing up with Regigigas or Slacking would make it all the better.
You did,
but I think on its own, it's okay.
You made a very good argument to me when I was struggling with my Grace Period transactions that a Wheezing form would be very beneficial, despite the fact that I might not have a teammate that directly benefits from each other. Yes, like you made a very compelling argument, and I do see it. Yeah, this thing has got a lot of utility. It has Pain Split, has Clear Smog for stat changes, has Toxic Spikes. Yeah,
I think it gets Memento. It gets Haze.
Haze, Memento. Murkrow is going to be the Pokemon that round. So, what round are we on? Round 5?
Yes.
Yeah,
No.
round
Yes. Yes.
yes, round 5 Murkrow.
No.
This is another Pokemon that could have been argued to be a little bit underpriced, given that it's got the utility that it has. It's in C tier, along with the Farigiraf. Definitely not as potent as in what it does as Farigiraf, but definitely something that has been taking VGC by a little bit more storm recently. Has access to Prankster Tailwind, which is the obvious thing. Has Foul Play, which is very notable. It's very fast, given that it's a pre-evolution as well, based on D1 speed. You can run Eviolite with this Pokemon.
It gets things like Parasong, which can be useful. Psychic Noise
Parasong
is
is
always.
Parasong is banned. Important
Oh
to know.
well. Shit. Back it up. Okay. It does get things like Haze. Psychic Noise is good. I'm looking at it. It doesn't get either of the screens, which I thought it did, but it does not. Feather Dance can be good for activating certain abilities. I don't know if he picked anything up with these abilities. I have not seen much of this Mon. It does get Quash, and Prankster Quash is very good.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, Tailwind. Like the support options it does get is very good for doubles. I am curious to see what this does.
Right. Yeah, we'll see how
Once again,
certain
Mr.
Pokemon.
Grimes. Newly reinstated Granted.
We'll see how some teams are shaped out in order to take advantage of these support options that have been drafted in these early rounds. But yeah, this is gonna be our 5th round here. Very versatile, or very like rounded out 5th round. I have to be honest. Like, there's a lot of things here that. No, this is the 4th round, isn't it? I don't remember what round we're on.
Yes, because I think I got leaves 4th.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, like you have a little bit of everything in this round. Lots of A tiers, a couple B tiers sprinkled in there. Then you have Shedinja. Yeah.
I have to go with the Shedinja as my favorite pick here. I really think this thing will, if he's able to get it going like he can, yeah. I got to go with the Shedinja. Behind that is the Blastoise.
I have bias between the Ting-Lu and the Blastoise as well, just because I've drafted both those things in doubles. I would also say that your Iron Leaves is a very, very compelling favorite for me, just given
Been
that.
better over here.
Just because of what it can do under Electric Terrain support. Yeah, very very interesting round here. Just to note to anyone still watching, I will be taking a 10-minute break to give myself and Mr. Grimes a bit of a break here after the 6th round of the draft. So just at the midway point of the draft, we're going to take a bit of a break breather here. I will warn you guys when that happens, but yeah, I think we're doing okay. Gudra Sui for the Fighting Wurmples, HTZ Attila. I don't know if he's in the call yet, or if he's joined us. I think we still have the same 5 or 6 that we've started with, but yeah, Gudra Sui is a very strong Pokemon in general. Like, look at those stats. What's hitting you on the special side with stats like that? Not to mention
Focus Blast if it lands.
Not to mention, this form got given more defense. With the addition of a Steel type force, but monster, absolute monster. It has really good coverage. It has ridiculous stats. Not much can. This is another Pokemon that's like a matchup check. If you don't have something for Gudra, you get beaten by Gudra. It's as simple as that. It's not necessarily because Gudra's an offensive threat or like a setup threat. It's just so versatile. Like, what do you do?
You have to worry about taking it out.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely. Yeah,
It
coverage, typing, really good. Stats.
There's not a lot to say about Gudra. If you know what it does, you know to look out for it. If you don't know what it does, you're in for a rude awakening.
That's it. Hippowdon for Blind Fangs. Did you want to talk to us a little bit about the Hippowdon pick there, Blind Fangs?
I think it's there for the Shedinja.
Oh, okay. He did drop from the call, so I don't think he's here to be able to. Oh yeah, he just said in chat. I have to jump up. Okay, thank you for joining us. Yeah, Hippowdon. I think it's there for the Shedinja.
He did end up dropping this. I will say he dropped it for Alolan Ninetales.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
But I think this was another pickup for the Shedinja.
Okay. That's fair.
It does a couple things: whirlwind, yawn, toxic. It sets up rocks. It is bulky, bulky enough. I remember when I first started draft way back when, this was like one of the mons everybody was talking about just because it was so good defensively.
Yeah, this is Moodang right
and its
here.
ability
It's going on in chat that Minty and Jinx are talking about how this is Moodang, that pygmy Taiwanese hippo that's taking up Storm on the internet.
Yeah, Moto here
Moto
going crazy.
Yes.
Yeah,
Ogrepon for ES in the Buruku of Baltoys. I don't believe he's on the call with us, but I, for a while, thought this was the best Oricorio for a couple of reasons.
Oricorio.
Help! Ogrepon for a couple of reasons in draft. One, it's the only one that has access to an item that's not its mask. And two, I was misled by my own maldoing, but I thought that this was the only one that you could change the Terra typing for, but I was wrong in that. It's only Terra Grass you can be, but it's okay because this thing has.
It also gets Defiant with a lot of Intimidators around. It gets the same coverage we talked about earlier for Ogrepon Wellspring.
Yes.
It being able to run an item is good. There's not much more to say about this that you can't say about the other one.
Right.
Pure Grass is a good typing. But mainly the thing with this one is Defiant, and it can hold an item.
Oh, Thailand, not Taiwan. Oh my goodness. Sorry.
Mr. Grimes.
Yes, this is another version. It's another form of a previous draft. So, this is base Ogrepon. The one that you saw earlier was Ogrepon Wellspring. So it's basically an Ogrepon with a water type mask. So give it that water typing on addition to the grass typing. Yeah, just like how Deerling was different forms, but those are just aesthetic forms.
Deerling doesn't have not much changes when Deerling changes forms. All that happens here is it has a signature move that changes typing. It's like Genesect. It's more like Genesect.
Yeah, Deerling, it's more of an aesthetic thing. Well, this is actually a like a typing and
kind of like Rotom.
It
changes
like
typing
Rotom.
and it changes typings and it gets a different type of move. I don't think the Ivy Cudge, is that the move that
Ivy Cudgel.
changes typing?
Ivy Cudgel.
I don't think it has a different effect depending on what mask it's wearing.
No,
the
only thing is the typing is changed.
Okay, well, it's kind of like Rotom. Well, like Rotom and Genesect all in one, but it gets a different ability. But
it does get the different
this one
ability,
could be the best one in doubles, solely because Mold Breaker is good in doubles. But Defiant's good with all the Intimidators running around, being able to like use a move like Confide on this and give it a Sword Stance boost. I like this.
I do agree with Ashi in the chat that the ability for these Pokemon to not terrestrialize in this format's gonna definitely hold them back. I'm just excited to see what they do in general. I am kind of bummed too that they aren't going to be terrestrialized. I think we probably, in order to have these things as Terra options, the format either has to change entirely or there might have to be an extra tier, because these would be absolutely broken in B tier as Terra options. Like they would be swooped up immediately. In my opinion.
I'm not sure how much longer Terra will even be around.
That's a good point. We all saw this coming. Venusaur on the Sun team. Let's be real. Froggerman was
What's there to say?
Absolutely right by picking this up. I was shocked they didn't make this as Terra Captain. I will say that. Like I was just thinking like Weather Ball under the Sun for fire type coverage, and then you Terra Ice it. Like what's switching?
Well, there's not much to say about Venusaur here. Sun, Growth, Chlorophyll, 3 moves, and it just good night.
The work.
Okay.
Yeah, he does the work.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot to say about Venusaur. Right here.
Absolute monster with chlorophyll ability under the sun.
Yeah.
Moving on to Marin's Terra Captain, choosing Primarina for the Fire Crown Dallas. I'm very intrigued by this Terra Captain option because I think Pre-Marine is
Free
just
on my
fine
marina to
by
like.
its own. Like, especially with the typing that it has, it's almost like the perfect, well-rounded Pokemon without Terra. So I'm curious. I'm just curious to see how Marin uses this as a Terra Captain. I'm excited to see how it
Yeah.
uses.
I also think this thing is better without Terra because Water Fairy is such a good typing already. If there's always two types I like to have in singles at least. There's always two types I like to have on the draft. I like to have 2 waters and 2 fairies. With this thing filling both those roles, I don't get to use Prim a lot, but I do have a lot of good things to say about Prim. That being said, Terra, I'm not sure how the type changing abilities work in Terra. So like for instance, this thing with Liquid Voice, all of its sound, and I don't know if it's all of its sound moves or all of its normal moves are changed to water moves.
Right.
I don't know if this thing can Terra normal and still get the boost,
I don't
or if
know
it has to
either.
Terra water
I don't know either.
to get the boost. But Throat Spray in, like, for instance, Terra Water, Liquid Voice, Hyper Voice seems like it does a lot of damage. So, I mean, we'll see. But as you mentioned, the Mon that, whatever it was,
Marin,
that
I
he
know
got
you're
in
in
the
call with
previous
us
round
still. I am very excited to see how you
probably
use
would
this
have been
Pokemon.
a better Terra option.
Mhm.
But, you know,
I like
can't,
this one.
can't sleep on Prim. What Prim does, it does well.
Yeah. Terra.
Also, Calm Mind Lol.
Terra with Hyper Voice seems pretty broken too. Gliscor for the Cerulean City Stars. Jinx picks up Gliscor. I think a lot of people are arguing that this is one of the supreme or premium partners to go with Tapu Koko in draft, just given that it is almost perfect, near perfect type synergy between the two. So yeah, Jinx, anything to add on about the Gliscor pick?
Not much besides it has like really good type synergy, like you said, with Tapu Koko and Raichu, and even Blastoise, because Blastoise only has a couple weaknesses, which Gliscor covers essentially all of them.
Very true.
So it's a pretty good offensive Pokemon. It can also, like, if it lives, it has Roost, Toxic, or Poison Eel. It also has Tailwind Defog. So it's overall a pretty good Pokemon. It has decent stats, and I mostly drafted it just because of type synergy, and I have a lot of ground weakness. So I drafted basically these two, and like the next Pokemon were just to cover that weakness. But yeah.
Yeah, very important benefit
I also
here
think
from
that-
the Gen 9 Cut Moose still being available, because otherwise Gliscor wouldn't have access to Roost. So yeah, I think
I
this one
also
is
think it's worth mentioning that for some reason this thing gets fucking Crab Hammer.
What? Okay.
It gets
Well, it's
Crab
got
Hammer.
crab claws. That's pretty much crab. It's a crab with wings. Let's be real.
Also, Hazard's lol.
Articuno Galar for Dusclops and the SSJ Infernapes. This is another surprise no Terra option, but I can't remember if he has his already. I think he might have his Chandelure, no?
Yeah, the Chandelure.
Yeah, Chandelure. So maybe you'll see this being changed as the Terra Captain later in the season. But it gets
Yet
competitive.
another
It really
mon
gets you
that-
use Intimidate.
Yeah, competitive. That's where I was
You're going?
going with that.
Sorry.
Yeah. Just competitive on top of stored power, Calm Mind, dual
Agility.
screens. Yeah, agility. Freezing Glare is a good move. And it gets Recover.
That's right.
Skill swap, maybe, if you want to skill swap, like, if you skill swap competitive onto the Chandelure.
Jesus Christ. That's getting
God.
crazy here. I like the
It
stat.
also gets Sunny Day, so we can set up the sun for the Chandelure.
I like the stat roundedness for this Pokemon as well. It's very very solid.
This is another slept on Mon.
I don't think he slept on. I think everyone knows it's good.
Well, I guess I sleep on it then.
Yeah, you sleeper.
So,
Mr. Cadillac. I almost said Mr. Grimes. Cadillacs for the New Zealand Breaker. You're next. That's why I said that. He drafts his Terra Captain in Comfey, and I'm probably more scared of this than I am a lot of the other more offensive options, because of
Floral healing, lol.
Floral healing for 1, and it gets triage. So every single
And
healing
Trick
move,
Room.
and Trick Room. So it gets every single healing move has priority when triage is in effect. So you get Synthesis, you get Draining Kiss with priority. You get maybe Giga Drain too. I'm not too sure, but
Yeah.
Minty says 5 stars for cuteness and comfy. Cadillacs, you broke the cute meter scale with this one. I know you're not here to. I'm really sad that he's not here, but he's usually a good commentator. But yeah, comfy is very good. Has the ability to run Calm Mind as well. Yeah, this thing can do a lot, and don't sleep on it.
Light screen, I don't know. Let me see. No reflect, but it does get light screen, so it can do that. It gets knockoff, heal bell.
Good utility.
It's a good partnering Pokemon for like anything you just want to keep alive for a while. So I think this and the Urshifu together will be a nasty combo.
True. It's actually one of the better checks to Urshifu as well, so it's probably another reason why I picked it.
Yeah.
Want to talk to us about Dreadnought?
Hello, the Pokemon that ended up becoming my Terra captain. How are you today? Water Bowser here. It just goes, it's Dreadnought. I don't know what all you say about Dreadnought. It's a lot like Regidrago. When you're terastallizing this thing, it typically goes into one of 3 typings: Dark, Fairy, or Water. And it's just, I'm a little excited to use it. This was a C tier pick, which is why I picked it up and changed it to my Terra captain.
Good value for a Terra captain.
It gets Shell Smash, which is also crazy with Swift Swim. And being able to Terastallize and Shell Smash and just lick it. I don't know what all to say about Dreadnought. I've never used it before. Strong Jaw, Terra Dark, Jaw Lock seems good. Let me actually pull this one up if you have anything you want to say about it.
You pretty much hit everything on the nose there. It has the coverage that it needs in its typical ground, rock, water coverage. It hits everything. Like Mr. Graham said,
it also gets moves like Throat Chop, Superpower, Mega Horn. It gets Head Smash. I know it doesn't get Rock Head, but
I've seen Terra Dark like Throat Chop and Crunch a lot.
It gets Gastro Acid. I know it. Why does it get Gastro Acid?
Water Bowser.
Water Bowser.
All right, yeah. Pretty much hit everything that we need to do Dreadnought. Mega Pidgeot's gonna be going to my team, the Winnipeg Jet Punches. I'm excited and also like kind of skeptical about my pick here because it's an okay Mega. It's
No Guard works for your team members, right? Sorry to interrupt.
So does No Guard work with my teammate as well, or is it just the Pokemon that attack?
That's what I'm asking.
I don't know.
Because I think let me. You go ahead.
I think it does not. I think you'd have to skill swap No Guard. Actually, I'm confident you have to skill swap No Guard. Yeah, so
every move used by or against this Pokemon will always hit. So yeah, it's whatever you're targeting.
So it's between Pidgeot and whatever it is attacking, or whatever is attacking Pidgeot. Yes, okay. So, Blessing and a Curse in Disguise, Hurricane probably trump the fact that they can always hit Hurricanes is probably trumping the curse of No Guard. It's a fast Tailwind user, which I felt like it was very important given the fact that I lost out on the Tailwind use that I wanted. But
I saw a video recently over on False Swipe Gaming who said if Pidgeot got Focus Blast, this would be one of the best megas ever.
Oh, it would, because Heat Wave by itself doesn't kill steals.
There is just a couple moves that this Mon does not get that I wish it got. One, Bleak Windstorm, Scorching Sands, Focus Blast most prominently. This Mon has the potential to be so much better than it actually is.
Right.
And I like this Mon, but I've never gotten around to drafting it.
If I would have gotten Tornadus Incarnate, my Mega probably would have been Heracross in B tier.
Yeah. But like I say with Cadillac, if anybody's gonna make this thing work, it's you.
That's fair.
So-
I'm excited to bring it in the right moment and just kill. It gets hyper voice for spread moves, and I think that's all I have to say about that. Mega Sableye going to Jax. This is one of my favorite megas. This is one of my favorite Pokemon, is Sableye. It's very bulky. You can not mega and keep the Prankster in your beneficial times, and if you need to live hits, you can mega immediately and spam recover. And not much is gonna want to not much is gonna be able to deal with this by itself. It often takes an insurmountable solo effort or a team effort to deal with a Pokemon like this, because
I think this would have been paired up really good with Shedinja.
Stop it with the Shedinja pairings.
Leave me alone.
Like Magic Bounce, you mean? And Fake Out?
Yeah,
Yeah. Sure.
yeah. Spoiler, he does end up picking a Magic Bounce Mon, but it it gets tricky even though he can't use it. I don't know why I was about to mention that, but you know, much like the other picks, I don't have a lot to say. I've never had the chance to use it. It does just sit there and spam recover. It gets Fake Out. It does get some good support options. It gets screens, recover. Sableye.
Sableye.
Once again, Mr. Grimes, former Go Grimes.
Zoro Kasui, the mascot for Team Arc, is getting picked here. Very, very, very controversial pick in terms of the fact that normal ghosts didn't exist before this Pokemon, I don't believe.
No.
It only has one weakness in Dark, despite the fact that it's frail. That is very, very threatening. Yeah. Yeesh. Yeesh.
Bitter Malice.
Bitter Malice, Nasty Plot, Calm
Good
Mind.
move. I don't know if this still gets Night Days in its Hisuian form. But this the thing about this thing in doubles is you can switch this in and then swap in the Pokemon in your last slot, and you'll have both Pokemon on the field, and one of them's looking like the other Pokemon. So you have to try to figure out which one is the actual Pokemon and which one is the Zoroark.
Yes, important to
Something
know.
something else I think that is very useful for the Shedinja.
Mhm.
But
It's gonna round out our 5th round of the draft. That's a scary pairing. Well,
yeah.
I guess it's not Shedinja. Shedinja's not on a team, but still, Zoroark in itself is very good utility and very good offense.
There's two
Sorry.
setup moves. It gets setup moves, trick, taunt. You know, all this stuff. It's good. It's good.
Mhm.
It's good.
Yeah, this is gonna be a round 5 recap. I'm very in terms of excitement, I'd say I'm most excited about the Terra Prim. In terms of probably the best Mon with the best value at this point in the draft, maybe the Gudra, maybe also the Comfey for me.
There's a lot. There's really nothing that was picked this round that I don't like.
No, I agree.
Like everything I like a great deal. I'm interested in pretty much everything here. Everything here has its use on these drafts.
Absolutely.
This was a pivotal round.
It was a fun round. It was fun.
Yeah. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd probably Venusaur maybe.
Venusaur, fair.
Venusaur, the Articuno.
You're hyping up Frogman.
The Gudra.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Gudra's
like,
probably my
this man's about to go
favorite.
hand.
If not the Prem.
Yeah.
Actually, Prem's probably my favorite one, Gudra.
Yeah. I'm definitely not biased against Frogman's team because I designed his awesome logo.
Grafia is going to be the mon to kick off our 6th round of the draft. I last drafted this Pokemon with the knowledge that Doodle worked in fun ways with Pokemon like Slacking and Regigigas. So I'm excited to see how Timmy decides to go forward with that utility of Doodle. Yeah, this Pokemon's fun. It has Prankster. It's got a very decent speed tier. It's much like the Whimsicott effect, where if you wanted to, you could, just straight up take advantage of the fact that it has the speed tier and go offensive. It's got base 95 attack, nothing to slouch at. I've seen sets that are like Choice Band, Gunk Shot, and stuff like that. It has its utility. It has offensive versatility. Don't sleep on this Pokemon offensively, is what I'm trying to say. very good utility mon doubles with Doodle. What else can we say about this Pokemon? Because I feel like there's more to be said.
Hi, Mr. Grimes, commentator. It gets parting shot. It gets a lot of pivoting options. Switcheroo. It gets nasty plot and sword stance. U-turn, trailblaze. Prankster with all of the utility options it has, as well as the support options. It gets knockoff. It gets low kick. Like almost all of its offensive moves have some sort of benefit with it. Unburden, acrobatics. I feel like this would have been a good Terra option. Not gonna lie.
Maybe, yeah.
This thing being able to terrestrialize in doubles would have been good. Like you said, Doodle. I feel like there's a lot of fun to be had with this thing as a Terra Captain. Also, Prankster and being able to click Sunny Day and Rain Dance is good. Yeah, there's a lot to dig in here because this thing can do so much.
It can.
But yeah, this is a good one. Good one.
Jax picks up Terra Appleton for his 6th pick. This thing is a scary Pokemon with Terra. I think people sleep on Appleton when they shouldn't. Like, I've seen so many people in points tiers put this thing in like 2-point tier, thinking that's not good. It's so good. It's so good. Thick Fat is so good. Like, this thing's so bulky.
Especially being able to terrestrialize.
It gets Iron Defense. It gets Recover. It gets Grass and Dragon coverage. I mean, it doesn't Steel, but still. This thing is a monster.
Also, I think like taking one bite of this thing can put you into glucose coma.
Yeah, comatose. Yeah. That's it. So, excited to see how Jax... He did drop it, didn't he?
He did drop it. He dropped it for Bramblegast.
Frank. Why? Why?
But, and also... because he got a new Terra Captain.
I know, but why Bramblegast?
We can't. Look, we don't question the almighty Jax.
I know.
And what he does.
He beat me. I can't.
Okay, so.
I can't wait to show people my next pick because it does not make sense in round 6. I'm gonna get judged so hard.
Yeah, you know what? You go ahead. I'll see if I can get Jax on here.
All right. War Turtle. I knew I wasn't gonna pick up Blastoise in A. Blastoise in A was still available at this point. I had other things in mind, and it's because a certain somebody who I care and love for very much wanted me to pick their favorite Pokemon, and I very much wanted to make something work with that favorite Pokemon. So I dipped down into D tier and got what I consider the best next thing. War Turtle. Gave me a Fake Out option, gave me a Life Dew option, gave me a Follow Me option. I really wanted a redirection Pokemon that kind of core with Jirachi in a way. So I got it. And this thing with Eviolate's nasty because it has base 80 defenses. Not much more to say about this Pokemon. I think it's pretty good. Next, Mr. Grimes and your Kilowattrel.
Oh boy. Kilowattrel was kind of something that I noticed. I think it was in the previous round when I was just looking for more abusers. And I landed on Kilowattrel, which abuses both the rain and the electric terrain. It gets competitive for the Intimidators. It gets Wind Rider, so it can set up Tailwind and just get a charge. This is actually going to pair up with another Mon that I draft, I think, next round. It is very fast. It has Hurricane for the rain. It's electric moves for the electric terrain. In my opinion, this was one of the best Mons I could have picked up for my team and would have made another suitable Terra Captain. Just because this thing in electric terrain is so good, and this thing also in the rain is so good. I mean, this is just a good Mon, and I'm really looking forward to building with this thing, considering the team that I have.
Yes. Very good. Yeah, no, you were trying to sell me on this at one point too, and no, I think it fits your team a lot better, so I'm happy you got it. Yeah, very fast rain abuser. Next, we probably have arguably the most valuable Mega in its tier. Mega Ampharos is in D tier, despite the fact that there's so many other things equal to its value in C tier. This thing got left in D tier.
Mr. Grimes, Mega Ampharos enthusiast here. I just want to say, I love Mega Ampharos. This is probably one of my favorite Megas. I have used this so many times in this double league. Throwing this thing in Trick Room is It's
I'm so mad this
it's
got
such a good.
voted into D
It's
tier.
such. I voted this thing into D tier because I knew
You
everybody else
asshole.
voted this thing into D tier, and I wanted to pick it up, but
You
events
let the-
transpired, and
You
I'm
let
still
the
mad
previous
about. Anyway,
champion pick it. Gosh.
I was going to pick it up, but things happened. This was something I could have picked up
You
in
literally
the
drafted
rain
your
terrain.
electric type before this guy, and you could have waited and drafted Mega
Uh,
Emperors.
But
Three.
yeah, this thing is good in Trick Room, but you can also just bust out agility and
cute.
sweep the entirety of Ashton's team with it.
Shush.
Uh,
Shush.
You can.
I mean, you
It doesn't
did,
get a
but-
lot of coverage options, but the coverage options it gets are very good.
Didn't you beat me in the semifinals, or was it the quarterfinals?
I think it was quarterfinals
Quarterfinals?
because I ended up doing the losers bracket. But
after the final four, yeah.
yeah, but yeah, this thing being allowed in this being the only mega allowed in D tier. If you're gonna put this in D
Shocking.
tier, there's other mons you can put in D tier, but this is better than other megas. So this being picked up in D tier, Cadillac's also asked me for permission to pick this up because he knew I wanted
Did
it.
he?
So I
Oh, that's
appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciated that. But I am excited to see what Cadillac does with it. This is a good one, and I love Mega Emperors.
So awesome.
Uh,
Brute Bonnet for Dustclops and the SSJ Infernates. Basically light Mungus light, but has offenses. Has unfortunately the typing to where you are prone to toxic, but when you're this offensive as well, it doesn't really matter too much. Another Pokemon that has
also
access
another
to,
Paradox mon.
Yeah, another Pokemon that can benefit from booster energy. Choice banded Brute Bonnet's a thing. Base 127 attack stat is a thing. You can run this in
Something
Trick
else that would
Room.
be good in Trick Room. I'm looking at it now. No Swords Dance.
It's Rage Powder.
So
Spore? Does it get Spore? It should get Spore.
it does get Spore, it gets Sucker Punch, it does get Rage Powder, it gets Pollen Puff. So it can heal its teammates.
We haven't talked enough about Pollen Puff yet.
Yeah.
I
I
like this pick.
Pollen Puff, not now.
I like this pick. It's an A tier, same as
Yeah.
Among Us.
Yeah.
Yep.
I haven't seen this be used before. It's one of the Paradox mons that doesn't get drafted a lot. But yeah.
This is why we have doubles draft, so we can get more Pokemon in the light. I am gonna say this. This was overlooked. Jinx got a steal of a Terra Captain, and I'm gonna sit here and say that I told her this was an option that I was looking at, and if I did get it, I think she should definitely get it. Yeah, Darmanitan. Think about it. Darmanitan, Stab, Fire, Flare Blitz with Sheer Force and Terra. Nothing's living. Nothing is gonna live at a Fire type hit from this. You have to be like the fattest of Milotics. And even then, you might get 2-shot. I'm blowing smoke up this thing's ass, but still.
I think Pinkerch and 1v1s this thing. I'm just gonna be
all right. We'll see if Pinkerch and 1v1s this. It'll be. I hope it's a matchup. But yeah.
Jinx, I don't know if you're still here, but or if we even battle at some point. But just bring Darmanitan and bringing Pinkerch, and I have a point to prove.
Oh, she's not here. Okay, just me, you, and Marin. Yeah, this thing is a monster. I'm just gonna say that. Gets the offensive coverage that it needs. Minus, like, I don't think it gets electric coverage, but it's Terra, so that is accounted for.
I think it gets Thunder Punch.
Might get Thunder Punch.
No, it
make sense
doesn't.
if it did. It only gets Fire Punch, I bet.
It does not get Thunder Punch.
Yeah. Okay.
It does get Fire Punch.
Yeah. It would be way
but
better if it got Thunder Punch and Ice Punch, though. Alright, monster. Mega Camerupt is another monster, and that got drafted by Marin. Speaking of Marin, did you want to tell us a little bit about your Mega Camerupt pick?
Yes, I will. But first, before I do, I just want to say it's been great being here with you guys, and I'm the last person standing.
Yes, sir.
So now on the Mega Camerupt. So initially, after I got Farigiraf, I was looking at Megas who were really good in Trick Room, and that's when I saw Mega Camerupt. Probably one of the slowest Megas, if not the slowest, in existence.
I think you're right.
believe.
I think you're right on that.
At a base 20 speed. I think that's the same as Ferrothorn.
It is the same as Ferrothorn. I don't know
I'm
why. When I think
looking-
of base 20 speed, I think of a Scavalier, but I'm pretty sure Scavalier is faster than that.
But yeah,
Yeah,
basically,
same thing as Ferrothorn.
Right on.
yeah. But yeah, Mega Camerupt was one of the reasons I got it was because it learns Eruption. You know, big move, go boom.
It's
Higher
literally a
HP.
volcano.
Yeah, he explodes with the 150 base power stab eruption with sheer force.
Word.
Yet I also forgot to mention it has sheer force. It basically does even doesn't need to use eruption. It can still hit very hard with other moves like heat wave, earth power. Many of us are coverage options. It can also set rocks if I need it to. Can also do some other utility moves on it.
God. Yeah, no, this thing's a monster. I've faced this a couple times in singles, and it definitely controlled the tempo of the game in Trick Room. I had to try to beat it with a recover Pyukumuku with min speed, because otherwise I had no other way of checking it. And even then I was taking 60% from a modest camera up, despite the fact that it was max special defense and max HP. So, absolute monster with sheer force. I can see why you wanted to pick it up with such an astute Trick Room user. Yeah, I'm terrified. Speaking of another very scary offensive fire, this is around a very scary offensive fires, I think. Typhlosion Sui is getting picked up by Froggerman. This thing in the sun with Eruption is going to be very, very much a nuclear weapon. Yeah, Mr. Grimes, do you have anything to add about this Pokemon? It has Frisk, which I like. It doubles.
There's not a whole lot to say about Hisuian Typhlosion, really.
What's this signature move?
The Infernal Parade.
Infernal Parade. Can you remind
It's
everybody
the
what that
ghost
does?
move. 30% chance to burn. It's like Hex with a 30% chance to burn.
Right on.
Much like how simply using this move, it's one of its secondary. It has two secondary effects, and one of its secondary effects causes the other secondary effect to get better. This was the thing with a lot of the Hisuian Pokemon, like for example, Overquill's Barb Barrage, having a 50% chance to poison and does double damage if the target's already poisoned. Lava Plume, Eruption, this thing is in the sun.
Booga booga. Booga booga.
It goes silly. It gets moves. It does things. Roar. Yeah.
Yeah. Swampert! Let's avoid the pain from that last pick there. Swampert is here for ES and the Borku Ball Toys. Yes, and kind of unsure at the same time with this pick, because what does Swampert do in doubles, for one? It's very good in draft in general, but what does it do in doubles? I'm not too sure. It's a mystery
It gets
pick.
damp, so it can stop things from blowing up on it. It sets up hazards. Showdown would stop being the bad.
It's got Spread Move and Earthquake going to pair with the Fly type.
It gets Roar. It can be ran physical or special, and it gets things like Sludge Wave,
Scald.
Toxic, Yawn, Weather Ball,
Does it benefit directly in Psychic Train? I don't think it does, but it also doesn't get hit by Psychic Train. It's just definitely a solid mod.
No.
It gets Flip Turn now, like you said, which is really good utility.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it does a whole lot. It gets Wide Guard.
Okay. No, I
It's
like
good.
I like Pokemon that you wouldn't otherwise see being used doubles, being used in the draft format because they're good in draft. And I think this is a Pokemon that's good in draft.
Yeah, it gets some options, but it's utility and it's Swampert. Everyone knows what Swampert does. So
yeah, we're gonna move on because I'm just more or less curious on what Swampert will do, and I'm excited to see what ES will do with it. Blind Fangs just come ahead and pick up Gastron with Terra. Another Pokemon that I'm curious to see with Terra option how it gets utilized.
I imagine this is a defensive Terra, with the reason it's being Terra, which is strange because this thing already has one of the best defensive typings in water and ground.
Well,
Maybe
see some
it's for
use.
Storm Drain.
Yeah, like for fire type coverage to hit grass
there's-
types.
y-
Storm
Yeah,
Drain.
there's something for Storm Drain, or maybe he does have Hippowdon, and this thing gets Sand Force. So this
Ah.
thing, like Terra, Steel, Rock, or Ground. I know he ended up dropping
Yeah,
the
Hippowdon,
Hippowdon, but
yeah.
the play at the time maybe was to abuse Sand Force with
That's-
this thing.
That's interesting. Maybe.
That seems like it would go pretty nuts together. It gets Memento, so it can kill itself. Another parry for Clefairy. It gets all the hazards. I don't want to say it's Quagsire Light, but
I think
it's-
Quagsire is Gastron Light.
oh well. It gets String Shot. There we go. It can lower the speed of both
perfect.
Pokemon by 2 stages. So there
Yeah.
we go. Yeah.
That's why it's tier above Quagsire.
Terra normal trump card maybe.
Oh my goodness. Now we're just getting crazy. But yeah, Gastron's very interesting. Storm Drain is a good ability. Recover is a good ability. Has access to a couple good utility and support options. And otherwise, it sits there and make you go crazy.
Curious to see what happens here.
Attila drafting Torterra with Terra. Torterra. Another one of my favorite Terra type options that was available here. Shell Smash with the new addition here makes Torterra a very potent sweeping threat with Terra especially. I'd say this is one of the better Terra options available as well. At the time, he didn't state a Terra captain during the draft. And I was like, dude, Torterra's right there. And I was like, if you're not gonna pick, I'm gonna pick this for you because I need to put something on the draft draft stream. So, yeah.
Oh, the people who don't read the rules.
Yeah. Terra Torterra is very monstrous. I've used this so many different ways. Like building with it. I've at one point put like investments in 5 different stats trying to make this thing work with Shell Smash with Terra, and it's just a fun one to build with Shell Smash now. It's still not terribly fast, even though Shell Smash boosts your speed by 2 stages, but it's fast enough and it's strong enough. Yeah, it's Torterra at the end of the day. It's Torterra. It's very strong. And that's going to round out our round 6. This is a very interesting draft, or round. You have everything under the sun, literally. And you have a range of tiers being picked from A tier to D tier, because we have the Mega Ampharos and the War Turtle being drafted this round. So, very curious round. I am gonna put bias ahead and say that Torterra and Darmanitan are my favorites this round, straight up.
I am a fan of 3 things here: the Darmanitan, the Ampharos, and the Kilowattrel.
Okay, Ampharos is also a good one too. I completely forgot about that one.
I like Ampharos and D, and Kilowattrel just goes with the team that's there so far.
That's it.
And Darmanitan, Tier 4 go.
Yeah, there's lots to unpack here. Especially with just this round alone. Like, you have the sun-boosted eruptions from Typhlosion to Sui. You have the Trick Room from the Farigiraf to pair with the Mega Camerupt. It's just, nasty. You have your Rain boosting Kilowattrel's ability to offensively check opponents. Yeah, lots to unpack here. So this is going to be our halfway point. As I previously stated in a couple rounds prior, Mr. Grimes and I are going to be taking a 10 to 15 minutes break here, just kind of take a breather, get hydrated, and stretch your legs a little bit. It's not easy always doing these long draft streams, so I really appreciate you for sticking with us, and yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys for the second half of the draft because it's going to be very interesting. So make sure to stay tuned. I'll also mention this quickly before I step away from my desk that if I'm going to be bringing my phone with me, so if anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me in chat. I'll be walking around and answering any questions that anybody has or any comments. I'm gonna have nice chats with everybody who's watching if you'd so like. So yeah, I'll see you guys back in about 10 minutes from now.
Bye. Okay, hopefully it's gone. All right, everybody, listen real quick. I need everybody to get just totally enraged. Get mad about something. Make it up if you want to. Get mad. Just confuse him completely. Everybody get mad right now. Just start typing away at your keyboard. Caps lock. Caps lock. Caps lock right now. And be enraged. You hate the stream. You hate it. Say it. Let's confuse him. He'll never see it coming. He won't know it's me. Say you hate all the Pokemon. Let's just confuse him. Confuse him as much as we can. No, no. All right, guys, abort plan. We've been in.
All right, I'm just super excited to start the second half of this, so I kind of just want to get it like started. I don't know if Mr. Grimes is even back, and honestly, I might just try to do a lot of this by myself if he is not present. But if he is, then I'm gonna, of course, happy to have his help and everything. But yeah, how's everyone feeling with the draft so far? Please, if you're have any thoughts on the draft so far, feel free to leave a message and let me know. Is there anything you're potentially excited to see that hasn't been drafted yet that you would like to see drafted? Is there anything that you think is extremely cute?
I don't know who, but there was some scallywag trying to start a riot.
Yeah,
But I'm
geez,
having a
you
great
sound
time
like someone
during
I
the-
recognize. Yeah.
This is a great draft stream. This is the best stream in the world.
Nobody's gonna sabotage this stream, but
Good
what do you
stream.
think? Are you excited / ready to kick off the second half of the draft?
Let's get her done.
Skater done. All right. I just looked and it was like 2.5 hours on the stream. So this is the moment in time where I seriously wish that I had a little bit more time in between rounds to screenshot the team updates for everybody to see how the teams are shaping out, because Attila drafted Regigigas and I don't know why, and I can't explain it because I can't put it into my girlfriend is extremely angry that Daxman hasn't been drafted yet. I really hope you stick around for the whole draft. Anyway, sorry. Attila drafts Regigigas, and I was looking frantically on his draft for the reason why, and I couldn't find it because he doesn't have the neutralizing gas Pokemon yet, or Grafai with Doodle, and I was just sitting there like, so what's Regigigas gonna do? And I think he might have been sniped. Don't get me wrong. I think he might have been sniped. I'm not sure.
He did want that Weezing.
Okay, so he picked Regigigas. Okay, I see. So maybe.
With that being said, the Hisuian one was still there. And I
mean-
think it's still there.
Suian. You mean the Alola
Galarian.
or Galarian? Oh, geez, we both got it wrong.
You
Fuck.
got it wrong too.
We both got it wrong. I was like, you're wrong, and I'm more wrong. Yeah, Regigigas is
Are
basically very good stats, but slow start holds it back. So that's why I was kind of looking for something that prevents,
I'm trying to see if it gets any sort of support options.
Mhm.
Because looking at this thing's defenses, it has good defenses. 110 in HP defense and special defense.
And without slow
Certainly
start, it's
nothing to
actually
sneeze
very
at from
fast.
Yeah.
This used to be
Looking
one of
at
my
it,
favorite Pokemon as a kid.
Yeah.
Just from the
This was
looks
always a
of it.
Pokemon that I wanted to get my hands on, but I started playing in Gen 4, and there was no way to get the Reggie Trio
Right.
in the Gen 4th generation of Pokemon game, so I just went without it for a while. It's Gravity, I guess. It doesn't really get a lot of doubles support options. It gets White Guard, which you can do. It just recently got Protect, so it's able to burn through those slow start turns a little bit faster.
Right.
But it does have to be wary of things like Dragon Tail, Roar, Whirlwind. But it gets Toxic, Thunder Wave. It gets some support. Definitely not. I wouldn't consider it a support mon, but maybe. I know he did end up making some traits. I don't know
I think
if
he dropped Regigigas.
He got like an entire new team,
Yeah,
basically.
I think he dropped 4 things.
Instead of this, he has Toxicity.
Yes.
So,
Yeah, so Regigigas, good with the right support. Moving on to Blind Fangs, he drafts Umbreon for his 7th pick overall in the draft. Yeah, this thing is fat. Oh shit. Oh no, I revealed the next pick. That's a shame. It's fine. Nobody saw
That's
it.
fine. My Twitch still mine's still suffering.
Yeah. But yeah. What can we say about Umbreon? It's fat, it gets Wish Protect, it gets I don't know if it gets screens, but it'd be really good if it did for doubles. It gets Helping Hand as an option to support. Snarl, Foul Play is always a good utility move. Yes.
Gets things like Mean Look, which can be helpful to trap things in doubles maybe. it can click sing and put things to sleep. I don't know.
If you want a meme, you can click say.
It gets wish, taunt. I don't think it gets helping hand. No helping hand
It
lookalike.
doesn't get helping hand.
It's heal bell.
Yeah, heal bell.
Yeah, it gets heal bell. What Umbreon does in singles,
It
doesn't
doubles. Fair enough.
So
Drampa. As you might have seen from my
Drampa.
unfortunate leak of the next pick here.
You don't have to cover for me. I'm actually in charge of the power.
Oh. Drampa. He's here.
Drampa.
Berserk is a thing. He's a D tier mon.
Oh,
Good
Drampa.
value.
Snoop finally made his way into a draft league, it seems.
It's gem bad.
Some decent support. Berserk is great. Gets glare. Hold on just 1 second.
This would have been a fun option with Terra. This is one of my favorite dragon types. It's normal dragon. It's a never-ending story dragon in retirement, yeah. Yep. Old dragon types. Back in my day, dragons didn't even leave the ground. He's gotta pay
Snoop here gets
gotta feed the
Berserk.
family.
He gets things like Roost. I think
Let's
he
get
gets Roost, so it does get Roost. It gets the Berserk boost and just steals it back off. Tailwind, gets support, Thunderwave. This thing is mostly just used for Berserk and its crazy special attack stat. Draco Meteor hits hard with this thing. It's just good. It gets surprising coverage. It gets Hydro Pump.
That's pretty good coverage.
Yeah. Good mon.
Here's the Magic Bounce user you alluded to for Froggerman's Shedinja pairing. It's Xatu. He drafts D-tier Xatu to pair with that D-tier Shedinja Terra. So here's the alluded to Magic Bounce mon. I like and dislike Xatu because it's be so much better with better defenses.
Xatu is a staple for Sun teams. I know it was back in the day.
Sun
because
teams?
Back in Gen 5 during the Weather Warriors, Xatu was used to 1v1 Tyranitar.
What?
It would weaken Tyranitar enough for Dugtrio to be able to kill it with Earthquake. So that way the opposing Weather Setter would be dead on the team, and the Sun team would be able to throw out Ninetales, and just it would be the winning Weather. That was the point of Xatu. I don't know if that was known when picking up Xatu, or if there was just that was the Magic Bounce user he wanted. I think the only other ones available right now are Mega DNC and Espeon.
Yes.
Or no, Hatchprim.
Hatterene.
Hat was also available. What does Xatu do in comparison? This one, no. Well, Espeon's still faster, but I'm sure.
I drafted this one time and I call it Boing. Boing. Because he U-turns any Magic Bounces.
It sets up screens. It gets stored power, but I guess Espeon does too. It gets U-turn. Wish. It does some things, but like you said, it's not that bulky.
If it was bulkier, I think everybody would want to draft it in their grandmothers.
It gets Confide, which is good for Defiant Mons. It can't use Ally Switch. It gets Cosmic Power. This gets skills.
It's got some stuff.
It does get skills a lot.
It can cook with stuff.
Yeah.
Sinistcha for Marin and the Fire Crown Dallas. What do you want to tell me about Sinistcha here, Marin?
Well, it's I needed a grass type, and also needed a ghost to rapid spin and all that for Tinglu's hazards, right?
Mm-hmm.
So originally I also need like some redirection as well. So that's where those were the main things I was looking for: a grass type and then like redirection. And then I originally was going to go with Ogre Pond Cornerstone, but then I decided to go with Sinistcha because it just meshed better with my team, especially with its hospitality ability, which can heal its teammates. on switching.
This thing is very much a matchup check as well for a lot of coaches. I think I've had problems with this Pokemon a lot. In doubles. Particularly this draft league, because I don't really do doubles outside of this draft league, but
It can also kill itself.
Yep, but it can also Rage Powder. It can Rage Powder.
This thing is a very good mon.
Set Trick Room as a secondary Trick Room setter for Farigiraf.
wow.
And it can also work decently in Tailwind as a Calm Minesweeper, if need be.
This thing is a threat. Clearly a threat.
Yeah, he is.
Lilligant Hisui for Jinxed. This thing is a fun Pokemon. It's a little bit risky with Hustle, but if you manage to hit your moves, it's gonna be killing everything. Jinx, I just noticed you on the call again. Did you want to talk about your Lilligant?
I'll just go ahead here.
Hi,
Mr.
yeah.
Grind.
So,
Oh, sorry.
like I said before, I basically drafted these. Oh, I basically drafted these just for like the ground weakness to cover because I had like a lot of ground weakness. It also learns poaching, which is pretty good.
Poaching? Okay.
I'm not sure if it learns Rage Powder or not, but if it does, that's amazing.
I don't think so. Well, it
But
might.
yeah, it's a pretty good Pokemon.
Yeah, I like the fighting stab it gets. Because otherwise, grass just gets neutered by steals, and where you don't have a Sunsetter to give it the Weather Ball option. It's good to have that stat fighting for sure. Yeah, I'm excited to see what Lilligant does.
Hi,
for you.
Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say, I thought this was an odd addition, especially when you have. There's a lot of threatening flyings around, and with like, for instance, the rain teams and
She
the
has
sun teams.
Coco.
I thought this. I did think this was a bold addition to put on the team.
She has
I know
Tapu
that-
Koko, literally anti-flying though.
Okay, suck my nuts. But anyway, I might be a little bit biased because I know Frogger Man wanted this
big
on
part
his
of it
team.
was because I had
He, Victor Dance is good. It does get a lot of good coverage. Leaf Blade, Ice Spinner, Poison Jab. It gets Sleep Powder. So, it's not just offensive. You can use it as some utility. We'll see. It does get Helping Hand, so it can do that too. We'll see what it does. Yeah. Mr. Grimes. Newly reinstated co-commentator here.
Newly reinstated.
Yeah, since I have that electric coverage, I just thought it'd be fine. But
Yeah, no, you can afford the flying weakness given that you have such good electric coverage. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this is used. Avalokasui for Dusclops. I don't think this is a secret that Dusclops loves Avalokasui. I'm pretty sure he said it a couple times in the general chat in our server, as well as it might be on his status on Discord. Yeah, it's a good Terra option. Very strong physical tank. It does get kind of sneezed on by special attacks, but in the right situation, this thing cannot die. It's just really solid. A little bit fortunate that it's an added typing adds to its weaknesses by a lot. Like, it's weak to fighting, steel, and isn't there three things it's weak to? It is weak to ground and water. And grass. Yeah.
This would have been another good Terra captain.
I think that the Avalogs are turning into very good Terra captains in draft.
They are some of the best Terra captains you can have. But yeah.
I think this is still a good mod without Terra. It's a good trick.
It is, but it's much better much better with Terra. Like you said, its typing is it's really holding it back. It's also, I want to point out that its signature move, Mountain Gale, while it's a very strong move, has an 85% chance to hit, and with it having a speed of 29, it has a 30% chance to flinch. So, like, this thing will be good in Trick Room. It gets recover, but, I think this would have been a really good Terra option.
This one has a base speed of 38. It's a little bit faster than the other one. And it's at the expense of its special attack, I think.
Oh no.
But yeah,
No blizzard spam for Avalog.
yeah, Avalog's a fun mon. I'm excited to see how Dusclops uses favorite mon to better himself in the regular season. Cadillacs with a intimidator in the form of Hitmontop. I think this is a very Cadillacs mon. It's got feint, fake out, triple axle, a lot of good utility, helping hand.
Rapid spin, sucker punch.
Rapid spin, sucker punch.
Yeah,
I like this Pokemon.
helping hand.
I think it's the only Hitmon form that's in B tier.
Yes, because I think Hitmonlee is C and Chan is D.
Yes, that sounds right.
Hitmontop is
Pretty bulky.
my thing with Hitmontop is it's pretty bulky. I'm not a huge fan of its HP.
But Intimidate
being
makes
50.
up for it, and Spacef is base 110, so it's fine. It's more than fine, actually.
But
It could be Assault Vest.
yeah.
It's very versatile for a utility mon.
It also gets 3 good abilities. So
Yeah, very good pickup by Cadillacs here. You pick up Mega Sceptile, and it's another mon for me personally that I'm like, okay, what does it do in doubles? So, did you want to give me some idea as to what led you to pick Mr.
So,
Mr. Sceptile Mega?
Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. Just want to get that out of the way. So my thought behind picking Mega Sceptile was I can pair this thing with Kilowattrel in electric terrain and just spam the hell out of Discharge.
Right.
Hit things as hard as I can with that. Get the Lightning Rod boost on this thing,
Right.
and just spam all of its special moves. It also, I can just run D-Dance if I want to.
Oh my god.
That's pretty much the only thing I have in mind for Sceptile. I'll have to look at it some more to see if there's more it can do.
There's
that
also
I'm
2 months
interested
till
in.
Christmas, and it's got a Christmas
Yeah,
tree
it's a
tail.
Christmas tree. It's a Christmas. Look at him. It gets Vacuum Wave now, so it gets priority,
Oh,
which is good.
okay.
And it gets Dragon Tail if it needs to. Dragon Tail's a woohoo. But yeah, this thing with Kilowattrel and probably even Pincurchin would be better. Looking forward to it. Seeing what Mega Sceptile can do here.
Yeah, I'm excited for you. Persian Lolo going to my team, the Wimpeg Jet Punches. Basically wanted to establish my D tiers a little bit earlier just because I knew that they're going to be a little bit more sought after coming the later rounds of the draft. After getting War Turtle, I felt like it was in my best interest to get a very solid fake out utility option. I think this definitely hits the nail in the coffin with that. It gives me a pretty good utilitarian defensive and potentially offensive Pokemon as it gets access to Nasty Plot and some decent coverage moves. And with the ability Furco, it's able to take physical hits a lot better. So yeah, a lot can be said about Persian. It's one of my favorite fake out users as it is able to be ran a bunch of different ways in order to benefit both my team members and itself. So yeah, I like having
gets beat up.
It does get beat up. Now shush about that because I think we should put a pin in that because there's gonna be some beat up abusers here soon. Yeah, so Persian's a fun mon. I'll just say that. It's one of my favorite D tiers that was available. I typically like the D tier redirectors and like the D tier fast fake out users like Persian. So I'm happy to have gotten Persian at this point, even though it's still early in the draft and it's a D tier. Jax picks up Colossal. I like Colossal a lot in drafts because you never know what it's really going to do and how effective it's going to be for your opponent or for yourself. But yeah, it's very well rounded in terms of its stats. Can be an abuser in Trick Room. One of its signature moves, Tire Shot's kind of fun too. It lowers the opponent's speed, and I believe it makes
gives
them
them a
weak to
weakness
fire
to
type
fire.
moves. Yes. So
I have a soft spot in my heart for Colossal in draft, considering my PWC season. I use this as my Terra option, and it is awesome.
it is awesome.
This thing being able to drop its fire and rock typing. What I opted for most of the time was just choice specs Terra Fire, because if you Terra Fire and use burn up, then you can just use it again. So it's overheat without the backlash. Also, it gets steam engine, which is good for it having it being able to Terra. So you can get hit by that water move and get the +6 boost. Also, it gets flash fire, and you can Terra with that. It gets Terra Blast, gets Meteor Beam. There's so much you can do with Terra
So
Colossal here.
good.
I'm not too fond of it outside of Terra,
Still good.
just because I don't like how slow it is and how
Yeah.
it's 4 times weak to water and ground
Did I tell you
while
that
it's
I-
being so slow.
Did I tell you that I
But
use a
being able
Colossal?
to
Sorry, go ahead.
But being able to Terra outside of it, I would have liked to see this be a Terra captain.
Yeah.
I really
that's
would
fair.
have, but he went for the Appleton and then later something else that we will get to eventually.
Yes, we will.
But this thing, it does so much. This thing is really slept on as a Terra captain in draft leagues. And I don't know if the limit's going to go back up in the PWC, but if it does, I might still just draft Colossal as my Terra captain. This thing is insane with Terra.
Yeah, I can't agree more. I was just gonna point out, like, this thing has a lot of niche stuff like Tar Shot, and I wanted to point out that I once used a Tar Shot Mon, or Tar Shot Colossal to 1v1 a Gliscor. That's pretty fun. But yeah, Colossal's got a soft
Shameless
card as
plug
well.
to the YouTube channel.
No, it wasn't on YouTube, unfortunately. But Meowstic Mail for Timmy and his team Arc. Timmy picks up a Prankstermon here for himself. Pretty sure this gets fake out because I used Meowstic Female in a draft league before. I think it was in this draft league in a previous season. And yeah, nothing really bad to say about Meowstic. Prankster Thunderwave is going to be a nice option. I'm pretty sure it gets dual screens. Like I said, fake out, and it's not going to be running Trick Room too often, but it is an option.
This is the more supportive of the two Meowsticks. Like you said, it does get Prankster, it gets dual screens, fake out. It gets things like Heal Bell, which it can do. Magic Coat can be useful if you use it at the right time. I a lot of the times don't like to waste a turn with Magic Coat, just because I think it can be kind of protection reliant. But
Right.
And it gets other things. I think it gets Helping Hand. Yeah, it does get Helping Hand. It also just gets a lot of good moves.
It's a mon that you expect to have Helping Hand too.
Yeah. Imprison can be good in doubles. It gets
like
Quick Guard.
Prison Trick Room is a fun set to run on Prison Mons, especially fast Prison
Yeah.
Mons. Yeah, this is
It
gonna
also
be
gets-
the round 7. Probably the most well, it's got a lot of things that you wouldn't think would have been drafted round 7 without something a little more clear.
Odd
with them.
round.
It is an odd round. My
'Cause there's
favorite.
nothing that really stands out any of these teams.
I mean, Sinistra's amazing. My favorite Pokemon of the draft of this round is probably Hitmontop, if not my Persian. Yeah, like Umbreon's good by itself. Avalon Kasui's good by itself. Lilligant Hisui can be good by itself. Yeah, it is an odd round. I'll say that it's a bit of an odd one. A lot of confusion.
gonna go
I think
with
everyone was kind of
Colossal
confused in the
because-
middle of this draft. I was definitely confused. I drafted two D tiers in 6th and 7th round. So
Yeah, yeah.
hey,
I like the Colossal. That's just because I'm biased towards them on.
here's something that's not confusing. Abomasnow with Aurora Veil. Timmy
Mr.
picks up
President.
Abomasnow.
I
Yeah.
really like Abomasnow.
I don't know if he ends up picking a Slush Rashmon, but what this
I
does
think
for what he currently has is that it gives him a Aurora Veil Glastrier. So he gets the defense boost from Snow being up, plus Aurora Veil, which is pretty nasty. Yeah.
He has Glastrier. Yeah, Glastrier. He also has Frostmon.
Shh.
Oh, spoiler. Shut up, Mr. Grimes.
It's okay, man. All right. Yeah. So
Abomasnow. I really like this Pokemon. I just like its design. I like everything about it. I like its typing. I have a soft spot for Sinnoh. It's my favorite region. I like this Pokemon more than I have any right to. I love using this thing. Abomasnow is just such a cool mon. I love Abomasnow.
Agreed.
It also sits up screens.
Yeah, Aurora Veil, yep. Klefki is going to be drafted by Jax. I think this makes a lot of sense given that it seems very bulky, offensive, and setup heavy. Screens provide good benefit for a lot of his team. Like, Palafin benefits from screens. Landorus with Sword Stance could benefit from screens. Yeah. This thing's got
pretty
a lot
much
of utility. Prankster, Thunderwave.
Any prankster screen setter with Palafin's gonna be nasty.
got
And
Rain
this is
Dance.
one of the best
Rain Dance.
prankster. Yeah.
Very nasty. Palafin. Foul
This was
Play.
just it was a good pairing.
Yeah, Dazzling Gleam for spread move. Very good. Very good one. I like this mon doubles. I like this mon in general, but I like this mon definitely in doubles. Believe it or not, I did not have a solid slow Trick Room user up to this point besides Jirachi, which is not slow. So Dusknoir is going to be my first really good Trick Room user to pair with the Ursa and the Blood Moon. I like this mon in doubles, given the value that it has in C tier. I think this is also good mon. I like having a Pokemon with the ability Frisk. So the Dusknoir gives you all these things. It has a lot of coverage moves. The only thing that kind of slows it down for me personally is that it can't be both physical and special, and its HP is kind of lacking. But it's still very bulky enough to kind of accommodate for all those things. Has good utility with Nightshade and Will-O-Wisp, Pain Split, like I might have said earlier. Overall, it's an okay buff. I'm happy to have it on my team. Dusclops could have been found 2 tiers above this, but I didn't think it was worth it. I think Dusknoir is just as good, if not better, in some senses. So, yeah. Do you want to talk to me about your Reuniclus pick here, Mr. Grimes?
Oh boy. Reuniclus.
I know a mon that would have paired well next to Reuniclus.
Oh yeah, I do too. But you know, yeah, we're not gonna get into that, are we?
Okay.
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 But Reuniclus. I think around here I was just kind of panicking. I didn't know what to pick.
It's middle of the draft.
I didn't know what to pick. The draft everything was falling apart around me, and I saw this. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna have fun. I've always wanted to use Reuniclus. It gets some decent support. Gets Helping Hand. It gets Skill Swap.
Was it
So
A tier?
maybe
B
you can do
tier?
something. B tier.
Oh, that's good value for B tier, in my opinion.
Yeah, it gets Helping Hand. Gets Heal Block. We'll see. It gets
See.
Encore too, I guess. We'll see what it does. I mean, it can set up Trick Room, so I
Magic
can use
Card's
this
fun.
as a counter. I can use this as a counter to Trick Room teams. I thought this thing got Follow Me, but it doesn't,
No,
unfortunately.
that would be crazy.
I can even use Steel Roller on this thing if I need to, just to end Brain. But you know, we'll see. I don't know what all to say about Reuniclus. Singles is really where this thing shines.
Well, I haven't
And I haven't
but
I haven't
it does two
used
options,
it.
Right?
I haven't used this thing before,
Really?
but I
fun
know
one.
it's a really good mon.
It is. It
But
gets focus
I just don't know what to say about it.
Cadillacs comes in right after your Reuniclus pick. He's like, I'm gonna do you one better. I'm gonna draft Smeargle. And he drafts Smeargle. I mean, yeah, Smeargle. It's got shit stats, but man, it's got every move under the sun. He drafted this at one
Literally.
point with Terra, and he was like threatening everybody that he was gonna bring Terra normal population bomb. Because this thing got access to it. I
Shell
think it
Smash,
gets
Paranormal.
and it gets Technician, I'm pretty
Shell-
sure.
Yeah, Technician, Moody, and insert third ability here.
Own tempo.
On tempo.
Yeah, so this thing's a bit of a mess. I can't figure out if I want
Menace.
to say nuisance or menace. But yeah, it's a bit of a menace if you don't have what it is. Hello, Jax. Welcome to the chat. Thank you for contributing your input.
Thanks. God he
You
got
should
here
join the
before
chat,
round
you
11.
twit. Sorry. I'm very nice to my coaches and my
That's
leagues, I promise.
That was mean. That was mean. You guys should really just come over to the DPL. We're about to run an awesome off season.
Oh yes, they are. I can tell you right now, the format's very fun. He's
Yeah.
not. He's really mean to us. Oh man, you don't have to dox me like that, Jinxed. You don't have to dox me like that. Hey, you're the one who said that my Iron Bundle may be a loser, so. You
Well,
smell the
okay,
meanness?
look.
Oh no. See, everyone's.
haven't been
everyone's turning on
Doxing
me.
you is saying that you live in. So Smeargle, you know, you can really do anything with Smeargle. Catalyx likes this one. I was gonna pick it at one point, but I was like, no,
It
I'm
gets
not gonna do
spore.
that.
It gets spore.
It gets spore. It's one of the Pokemon that gets spore.
It's faster than a Mungus. Best
Faster than a
Sporemon.
Mungus.
Mega
Already
Banette
one up
for
chat.
Disc Clubs. This is probably my favorite Mega of all time. Mega Banette. It's something that got me through some very interesting matchups, including one that involved a Persian Alola that would have otherwise swept this. The thing that was the only thing that could have stopped this Pokemon from sweeping him is what I meant to say. I brought a Cotton Guard, Dazzling Gleam, Calm Mind, Pain Split Mega Banette, and it had some fun.
It also has base 165 attack and gets Poltergeist.
Yeah, so why would you ever run a special attack on
insane
a
and
base
doubles.
165 attack mon? But yeah, Prankster's nice. Prankster Thunder Wave is an option. It has Pain Split, Swords Dance, I believe.
It's a shame it's not bulkier.
It has Cotton Guard though, and Prankster Calm Mind. So yeah, don't sleep on this Pokemon. I think this is one of the better megas in doubles. Don't quote me.
What tier was this? B?
C. It was C.
Oh, well, that's not
Good
King
mon.
yeah, Weavile. So everybody knows what Weavile does here. You know, it's just physical and fast.
Fake out.
I don't think fake out Gabur. It hits hard with dark moves. Hits hard with ice
Has
moves.
low kick to hit the steel types that otherwise check it.
Yeah, Weavile. I feel like everybody knows what Weavile does. Everybody at one point has used Weavile, except for me.
I can say I've used Weavile.
I've actually not used Weavile before. Get Surf, you know.
That makes sense.
Get Surf.
Get Surf.
Why does it get Surf?
I would want to not ride on this thing's back across the lake. I'm just saying that. Like, I would crush it.
Yeah, I'm running Surf on my Weavile.
Yeah.
If you had a Palo Sand, I'd believe you. Then you get water compaction weakness policy.
If you had a Colasol, I'd believe you.
Yeah, Colossal would also make sense. If it was Terra Colossal, not just like, you know.
It also gets Nightmare.
Great. All right. Crobat. Another fast Tailwind user that doesn't have Prankster, which is not bad at all. Crobat's a very fat bat. It has access to okay physical and special coverage. I think often what people run it with is mixed sets, because Heat Wave's got some utility while its offensive, like its physical offense is a bit better than special offense. You can run Defog with this thing. It gets Roost. Infiltrator's a good ability to have. I believe it gets Inner Focus as well, so it can't be made to flinch. You might have to correct me on that. Right on. Yeah, did you want to talk more about your Crobat, Marin?
Yep, good old Crobat has Inner Focus that makes it so it's unable to flinch. Yes, that's correct. But it's also a poison type. Well, it's not a grounded poison type per se. It has the defog to get rid of any T-spikes that may come my way anyway. Though I don't really think anyone will be bringing T-spikes into my team, or a poison type for that matter. I mean, do you see what I have on my team already?
Definitely don't have a Psychic Surge Indeedee female with a Mega Alakazam. Definitely don't.
Nope.
Wait, no you don't. That's a yes. Fuck! I'm tired. I have 4.5 hours of sleep today.
Yeah, Melmel don't care about poison type moves.
Oh, yeah.
Is earthquaking them into next week.
Yeah. What is a poison type is literally just gonna phase off Melmetal. That's fair. Yeah, sorry, I mixed up the teams a little bit there. You also have Ting Lu, which would just chew stuff too.
Yeah, basically.
And camera up. And camera up.
Yeah, camera up too. Stab
Graph.
Earth power with Pure Force? Yeah, no thanks. I don't
No.
think you want to take that, buddy.
No. Yeah, well,
And
Crobat seems...
Farigiraf too with Psychic and Future Sight? Man.
I see a potential pairing of Crobat, Tailwind, and Primarine in the future as well.
Yeah, Crobat with Tailwind is a very interesting mon. I also got it because speed tier wise, it's a very great mon to have. 130 base speed is nothing to laugh at.
Absolutely. All right, Froggerman is opting for the other Zoroark form, the Unova Zoroark, to pair with the Ylander Gudras. By itself, very, very annoying mon to try to prep for, because if it's come to a battle, you don't know what it's going to disguise as. You can prep for it as much as you can see. What's that?
The ninja?
Gosh. Oh yeah, that's right. And Shedinja's on his team, so there's that. So yeah.
Night Days is going to be annoying.
Is that the one
So
that puts you
having-
to sleep?
That's the one that can lower your accuracy. Has a chance to.
It's a spread move, right?
Yes. No.
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 It's Dark Fort I'm thinking of. Yeah, Nasty Plot again. Very fast, very strong. It's a glass cannon Emon with the ability to disguise
What
itself.
Zoroark does, it does well. Everyone knows what Zoroark does. Special, can be run physical if you want it to.
Yes.
But yeah, it's a glass cannon. You got to be careful. Swamping it in at an opportune time. It gets U-turn. So it gets fast pivot in case it does get into a bad situation.
No.
I don't know how it's going to work in doubles. We'll see where the mind games come with mons like the Shedinja, which is why he picked this up, because he wanted something to mimic the Shedinja.
Rubombi is going to be the pick for ES now that I have not mixed up the type of the teams again. Yeah, so ES with the psychic terrain, he's going to get Rubombi because he needs a sticky web user because Alakazam's not fast enough. Oh my god. Chill. You don't need all the speed, but
I wonder who's going to top Ashton's PRs.
well, he's definitely top 3 for mine. I'm just gonna say that right now. Yeah, this thing's pretty good. He's got Pollen Puff as a good support option. Gets Quiver Dance as an offensive option.
Sticky
Tailwind,
Web.
Sticky Web, yep.
Toxic, Psychic Noise. You get Flight Screen. You know, you look up and down this list, and then you get something different every single time you look at it.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Rubombi. It's one of the few natural Dragon Ball counters, which, by the way, didn't get drafted for some reason.
Because it sucks.
It doesn't suck. It's got Infiltrator. Can't suck. Yeah, Rubombi's pretty good. Quiver Dance for offensive presence and Pod Pin for defensive support and Tailwind and stuff. And Polion for Blind Fangs. This thing's gotten quite a bit of buff since Gen 8.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Competitive, it's gotten
It got the one thing that it needed to be really good, which is Roost.
Roost and competitive. It's got Stealth Rocks as an option. It can be Defog. It can Sword Stance. It's got pretty decent coverage. Has the ability to Aqua Jet as for priority option.
It also gets Quash.
Very good defensive
Which is
typing.
good.
Quash is nice. Yeah, very good defensive typing. Water Steel. Not much really can be said bad about this Pokemon anymore. Just solid.
Yeah.
Pesto's
It was
final
already good
form.
enough
Yes.
as it was before it got Roost, and then it got Roost, and it became even better.
Yep, this one's very good. I'm excited
Come
to
on.
see. Yeah, I'm excited to see how he uses Intimidate and stuff. Illumise for Attila. He's gonna be the final pick of the round. Basically, this mon comes in and clicks Prankster Tailwind and Encore, and that's what it does. It's got.
I know you're not over there talking shit about Empoleon.
I'm just-
It's the best center star.
I'm just saying. Prankster Tailwind's got so much utility in doubles. You would not see Illumise and Volbeat drafted in singles, but here you have Illumise being drafted in doubles.
I've drafted both.
I have drafted Illumise. Pretty sure.
I drafted Volbeat once because I hate Volbeat and I just wanted to watch it die.
And you wanted to be the cause of it.
Yeah.
It gets U-turn as well. This thing.
I don't know what Illumise does compared to Volbeat.
Volbeat's the more offensive one. They're basically the same Pokemon, maybe minus a couple moves, plus or minus a couple moves. But yeah,
you're really only using this thing for Prankster, and it gets the
Tailwind and Thunderwave.
The weather setting moves, Tailwind.
Yeah, Sunday Radiance.
Now, it can also be said, because we're allowed cut moves, that this thing can do, or maybe it's Volbeat I'm thinking of. I don't know if this thing also gets Tail Glow, but Tail Glow, Tinted Lens, Bug Buzz might be a surprise bring.
I think Volbeat definitely gets it. I don't know about Illumise.
But,
they're kind of weird around here, I'd say. But a little bit less weird. There's a lot of utility and things that benefit team members here. Smeargle is just kind of Smeargle, and it gets Spore, which is gonna benefit some team members and support in that sense. But yeah, lots to say about this. Zoroark with Shedinja, obviously a big like for opponents. Mega Banette provides a lot of utility for Dusclops' team. Same with Klefki for Jax's. I'm really liking the Empoleon to abuse Intimidators, and kind of liking the Crobat on Marin's draft. Get that fast Tailwind.
I like the Obama.
Abomasnow's fair too.
I like Obama.
Abomasnow's fair too. I also think there's good value in Dusknoir. I'm just going to kind of toot my own horn with that one.
Yeah, but if I had to pick a favorite, it probably would be the Mega Banette.
Mine's probably going to be the Empoleon for Blind Fangs. Next pick, we have Pyukumuku on the wheel pick for Attila. Not gonna lie, I'm another mon that I'm not sure what it provides in doubles outside of what its single. Like, I don't think if there's a difference. Is there a difference? I don't think there's a difference. It does the same thing.
I'm pretty sure this gets screen support.
It doesn't get any moves. I don't think it gets any moves. It gets like maybe 7 moves.
Oh no, it gets moves. It gets moves. It gets no offensive moves. It's nothing but support. That's all this is. It gets it gets both screens. It can kill itself with Memento.
I love using Pyukumuku Jinx.
It has Taunt, it has Toxic. Okay. So it also has Gastro Acid, which can be helpful. Helping Hand's good.
I use it
Purify
to combat a Mega
can be good. Also,
Purify.
Wash, it sets up the rain. Soak is good for mons with well, this thing doesn't get to left. Does it get to left?
No, it gets innards out and unaware.
It gets Venom Drench, which is good for poison mons. Helps neuter those things. It has its use, and it's a good D tier support mon if you need the support.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
Also gets water support for fire types.
Galvantula for Blind Fangs. I like Galvantula a lot because of its compound eyes ability, allowing it to be run better with moves like Thunder rather than Thunderbolt, for example. Get another Sticky Web user. Yep.
It also gets moves like Sucker Punch. It gets Throat Chop. Also, which is good. Sets up screens.
Thunder Wave sets up screens. Yeah, a lot of slept on low tier Pokemon getting drafted these rounds. I like it a lot.
Gastro Acid once again can be useful, but it's fast. It hits hard after it sets up webs. There's a reason why this is one of the best focus Ash leads.
Absolutely. Metagross being drafted by ES and his Borakua Baltoys. This is a very scary pick for Psychic Terrain. The only thing that kind of stinks with this pairing is that Metagross's Bullet Punch is not going to be able to use while Psychic Terrain is active, and that's one of its more prominent, often used moves. This thing got a lot of buffs though since Gen 9. Got Trailblaze, didn't it?
It does get Trailblaze.
Trailblaze is huge on Pokemon with a speed tier. And those stats. Literally, there's no bad stat on this except for maybe speed, and Trailblaze now exists on it. Where's your switch in? This thing comes in, puts his Trailblaze up in Psychic Terrain. Where's your switch in? Seriously. Do you have anything more to say on Metagross?
It can kill itself.
Why do you like mons with explosion? Why?
Because Muck can take their abilities.
With Muck. You don't even have Muck.
But, in due time.
I see.
But yeah, it can be ran physically, especially. It gets some good support options. It's Metagross. Everyone knows what Metagross does. Metagross is gross.
Jimmy.
Next one.
Froggerman picks up the other bug with Prankster Tailwind. It's full beat. The little bit more physically offensive one.
Especially offensive.
Pretty much same thing going for Volbeat. It has Prankster Tailwind, Prankster Thunderwave, the Weathers, Encore. Yeah. I feel like I'm beating a dead horse here.
Glow, Tinted Lens, Bug Buzz.
Oh,
this one doesn't even get Tinted Lens.
What does it get?
It gets Illuminate, Swarm, and Prankster.
Swarm's pretty much Tinted Lens, let's be real. No, it's not.
Yeah, but it needs to lose HP. So this is why Volbeat sucks.
I'm just gonna move on because I'm beating a dead horse. Electabuzz for Marin. This is one of those D tier follow me redirectors that is really good value in B tier. So Marin, anything you want to say about this Electabuzz?
Yeah, it's just like you. Yeah, like you said, Electabuzz is just a very great low tier redirection mon with Follow Me, and also has some great supporting moves in its own, like Thunder Wave, for example, and many others.
Thanks, Mick.
No, you're absolutely right. Personal preference, I know this thing has Vital Spirit and it's got a lot more utility. I've always loved Electivire a little bit more personally, and I'm not saying Electabuzz is worse. I think Electabuzz is better in a lot of ways. It's bulkier. Motor Drive is fun.
Light.
Yeah, Motor Drive is very fun. Paired with like a very good flying type Pokemon in doubles. Yeah, this thing gets static. Frostlass.
Static's so great.
I like the utility. Frostlass for the Cerulean City Stars. Jinx, did you want to tell us about Frostlass and why you picked it?
Not much besides like it's a pretty fast Pokemon and it's ice because I have ground weakness. I also wanted a like semi-good ghost Pokemon, and you'll see with like my future picks that I have a lot of a certain type, and this Pokemon benefits from those Pokemon. So it was just kind of it's cohesive with the rest of my team.
I think
not right now, but later.
I think I see what you're putting down. It's of the electric types. And you want to abuse the ground types that are coming in to beat them with the ice.
Right and also all my ice Pokemon, if needed to like counter a weather team, I can kind of throw together a hail team.
Right on. Okay, I'm excited to see how that like comes to fruition in those very polarizing matchups for you. Dusclaw. I always love looking at this Pokemon because it's just so goofy. Executor Alola for Dusclops. That there's Tan Coconuts. Yeah. It's Tan Coconuts right there. This thing is honestly a very valuable Trick Room setter and abuser in D tier. Very bulky, very offensive. Base 45 is a pretty good speed tier for Trick Room. Dragon Grass is an interesting type combination. I believe it does get coverage to hit those pesky steals. I would otherwise give it issues. But yeah, Woodhammer and Draco Meteor and things like moves like that from this thing. Not easy to switch into. So yeah, don't think any less of Executor. Don't be fooled by its looks, because this thing is actually a little bit potent if you don't have the right preparations for it. Raichu from Kanto is going to be Cadillac's. I don't know what round we're on. I think we're on round 9.
8.
8. Okay, we're on round 8. Raichu's proven itself in doubles. It's, I believe, won a couple championships with having Lightning Rod, Fake Out, and Follow Me on it. And it's a very fast Pokemon. Nasty
I
plot.
know Cadillac's picked this up to pair it with Ambrose.
Right. Yep.
I won't go into detail, but we did do some testing with this thing in the Ambrose, and let me say he's got some fun strategies in mind for this thing.
Well, I will not ruin it for you guys. So, Mr. Grimes. It is round 9.
What we got here?
Ashy is saying it's round 9. Almost start for you.
Hola, señor Grimes.
I never see this drafted.
Co-comentarista aquí. I just want to say that we went with Omastar here. I looked at my draft and I noticed at this point I had already planned on dropping Basket Legion, and I didn't know what I was picking up for it. And so I said I knew I needed some more rain abusers that really directly benefited from the rain, and I knew I wanted another Swift Swim user. I already had a physical one in Dreadnought, so I wanted a special one, and Omastar has the highest special attack stat out of any Swift Swim one, I think, behind Gorbis, maybe? The reason I primarily went for this one is because it gets Shell Smash. But maybe it's not the best idea for me to pick another Water Rock, even though Dreadnought ended up becoming a Terra Captain. But this thing also gets some surprising utility options.
Spikes,
But I
right?
will be... Yeah. It gets some other utility options that I'm looking forward to seeing if I can catch people off guard with. I think by the end of this, I don't really know what this does, but I think by the end of it, it won't be slept on, really.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Shell Smash with this thing, Swiftland, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, that's a fun mod to bring.
Once again, Mr. Grimes. One more good comment.
I'm sad you didn't say that in Spanish.
I didn't Google Translate the exit, so.
I'm gonna pick up Slazzle here for my 9th round pick. This felt like it offered a lot more utility, and I was really struggling to find some solid and decently fast fake out users, and this definitely fit the bill for that. Kind of a mix of a speed tier with Personal Lola, but this provided some other things that were of good utility to my draft plan. At the time, I did end up dropping this Pokemon in free agency, so a little bit sad there, but I didn't really need it for what I was planning on doing going forward. It's another beat up option if I wanted to bring like a justified mon. It does get that beautiful ability in Corrosion, which allows me to literally poison any typing, regardless of whether it's steel, poison, etc., etc. Yeah, overall a very okay mon. It's just a little bit more on the frail side, unfortunately, so it's not my favorite partner for my draft, but it fit every build that I needed to at the time. Shax is going to be drafting Dragalge for his Louisville Chadots.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. No.
Patient.
No.
Patient.
I was kind of surprised this wasn't a Terra Captain.
Well, at the time with Appleton,
Yeah, he had Appleton.
it made sense, but
Still, like, I don't know. Appleton is a good Terra Captain, so is this. So I can understand. This thing is able to function outside Terra, which is, you know, a good Trick Room option. So at this point, Cadillac's team is kind of leaning towards having multiple different modes, which I think is personally beneficial in a draft, especially a doubles draft. I think his team being able to function in and out of like fast speed control and slow speed control is very nice.
Cadillacs? You mean Jacks?
Or Jax. Blah. Blah. See, this is why I need like somebody in my ear telling me that I'm tired.
Ashton, you're tired.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I just think Terra, the idea of Terra with adaptability would have been fun here. This thing has good utility regardless, and honestly, it didn't need the Terra. He has Toxic Spikes now through this Pokemon. A lot of decent coverage moves offensively if you're looking outside of the support it brings. So honestly, very good mon for Jack's team. I'm very, very much a fan of it. Frostmoth getting picked up for Timmy, and it's going to be his Terra Captain. Very, very valuable Terra Captain, honestly, in its tier. It's a D tier. So he really lucked out. Well, not lucked out, but he made a good call in picking up this. Thank you, baby, for saying I'm tired in chat. He, yeah, this is one of the better Terra Captains in its tier by far in terms of value. Timmy, I just see you join the call again. Is there anything you want to say about your Frostmoth pick?
It's really good.
It's really good. Yeah, Quiver Dance, go Burr, right?
You get it.
All right. Well, that's all.
I think this is another mon that doesn't necessarily need Terra to be good.
Well, Shield does a pretty good ability as well.
Between Ice Scales and if I don't know if he has an option to put up the snow, but that doubling its defense already makes Frostmoth. It's still Ice Bug, but it has options to just be really good defensively even without Terra.
Yes.
But Terra does make it even better.
Absolutely.
Or even just going straight Terra Ice so you can still get the defense boost from the snow.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's gonna round out our round 9 round 9 of the draft. This is a lot less confusing than the 6th and 7th rounds were for some reason, and there's an Omastar.
I like
so
this round.
Yeah, Metagross is very threatening on ES's team. Raichu's a bit annoying to face. I think Exeggutor's got a lot of value, and I think Frostmoth's probably my favorite Pokemon of this round, honestly.
I personally have to go with the Raichu.
Raichu, fair.
But probably if I had to pick a second, either the Metagross, Pyukumuku, or the Omastar.
Pyukumuku, interesting. I like you slide your pick at the end.
Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't. I mean, I'm not meaning to be.
Yeah,
I'm not meaning to toot my own horn, but Omastar, Swift Swim, Special Attack. I don't know if it gets Meteor Beam, but if it does, good God.
It probably does. Most of the fossils do, I think. Cinccino for Timmy, backing up his or following up his Frostmoth pick. That's another really good D tier pick, actually. So, Timmy, how did you have such a good eye to find these stellar D tiers?
Luck mostly. I was gonna go with Articuno because that's works well with snow, and I have a Boma Snow.
Right.
But having like a Skill Link Mon as well as like a fast Mon with After You specifically.
Yeah.
Something I was really interested in. And so that's why I made that pick.
Also, Tidy Up is always useful.
This could have been a really good Terra type too. Or Terra Captain, excuse me.
Ask Ashton what he knows about Tidy Up.
Well, I was in a PWC season in singles, and there was a Terra Cinccino with Tidy Up, and a Terra Ghosted in front of me. I think it was a Dudunsparce, and I got reverse swept by it, and I was very unhappy with that. Because it was kind of like a make or break thing for like being outside of the cusp for playing like in a play-in part of the playoffs where like I wasn't in a buy round because of this game, and I was like so upset. There was also, anyway, I won't go on further, but the last game of that season was also like hacks related. Well, it was hacks related.
tidy up. The tidy up just on top of the skill link stuff is just
Silly.
it's good. I don't know what kind of utility it gets. I'm sure it gets helping hand.
I think this thing was also overlooked in B tier or D tier. I think it should have been maybe considered for C.
Well,
In doubles, it's I don't know. It depends on who
Hey,
you
look.
ask. Jolteon for Jax. Another option for Terra. He's gotten a lot of Terra options on his team. I personally like this thing because you can run Rain Dance Weather Ball to hit ground types. You can also have a very fast Volt Switch user in the small one, and it gets access to Calm Mind now, and it gets Alluring Voice in its move pool. Yeah, a lot of changes for Jolteon to kind of make up for the fact that it lost hidden power.
I used this as my Terra captain in the DPL season. It is very good.
It is very good.
The fact that it gets Calm Mind and being able to Terra, it can be good outside of Terra, but you want this thing to
You
really
want this to be
revisit
Terra.
its former glory.
Yes.
Give it the ability to Terra.
This was my Terra captain in the most recent PWC season before I dropped out. I'm very sad I dropped out. And
Terra Water and Terra flying on this thing just goes.
Terra Fairy
so
also goes
silly.
pretty dummy on this. I can attest to that.
Yeah.
And
Even
Terra
though I
Ice.
think the Terra type. Honestly, I think the Terra type I ran the most on this thing was Fire.
I ran
weirdly
Fairy and
enough,
Fire
but,
too in my season. Fairy and Fire were my top two. Virizion going to
It's-
myself. I'm sorry.
He
Yeah.
got the bad Iron Leaves.
I finally got a justified mon, and it was the bad Iron Leaves. Reggie Lucky Light, yeah, that's true. Yeah, so basically this thing's here for the speed tier that it provides for me, which is in between Jirachi and what's my base
The
115?
other Pokemon.
Persian Alola. And then yeah, justified plus the beat up strategy. That's really it. I can talk about Virizion, but there's no point. It's just really just going to be there to click buttons after Justified. I don't plan on bringing it
Yeah.
without Justified or beat up Pokemon. So, yeah. Audino for Mr. Grimes. What do we think about this, and what is the thought behind it?
Hi, Mr. Grimes, newly reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say, when I got to this point, there really wasn't much in D tier that I wanted. Honestly, looking at the tier list, everything I wanted was an A and C. And when I was looking at D tier, there just wasn't a lot that interested me. I think at this point, I wanted something with Heal Pulse, and it had to be from D tier because my only remaining picks after this were both of my S tiers.
Right.
So at first I was gonna pick Meganium, but Meganium doesn't get Recover, and I didn't want to rely on Synthesis with a team that had Rain. So I went with this because it gets Heal Pulse, it gets Wish Support. It's Audino is famous for being one of the best lower tier Pokemon.
Yes.
Seems like every draft league you do, somebody picks Audino.
With another
'cause it's
Regenerator Mon.
Yeah, it's yeah. I guess I do have a Regenerator core going on, but it's Audino, defensive, Heal Pulse. That's why it's here.
Generator, Utility,
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
Support.
Yeah,
Trick Room.
support. Yeah. What's the cuteness scale on this thing?
Yeah, we need a cuteness scale check on Audino. If we have our cute judges here.
They wanted to. They looked at Chansey and was like, you know what, Chansey needs a resurgence. Like, if you think about it, like in a weird way, this is like one of the first regional variants because they looked at Chansey and was like, you know what, we need a new Chansey.
Minty's got
So
you, by
they
the way.
made
She's gonna
Audino.
get your cuteness scale generated for you.
Hoggers!
Alright, we're gonna move
Anyway.
on while that happens. Just Journer for Cadillacs. This thing being in C tier and the utility that it provides. 4 out of 5 stars for Audino.
Power Spot goes silly.
Yeah, this thing's stats are not bad. It's basically like Avalug but rock type. And no recover and power spot.
Just Power Spot being paired up with Urshifu in general. Ooh. I think it also gets both wide and quick guard. I
You're
don't know
right.
what other kind of support it gets. It's decently fast. You wouldn't look at it and think it's base 70 speed.
It gets heat crash. I think it's meant to be like an
It do-
asteroid.
It does get heat crash. It's based off of the Stonehenge
Oh, that makes more sense.
in Scotland. So, Ashton, you're tired.
I know. Alright, we're gonna move on before I fall asleep. Rhyperior for Dusclops. This is another Pokemon that could have easily been a Terra option. This thing is disgusting as a Terra option.
Terra Captain around.
Um,
Just saying.
Another one of those physical wall breaker / tank kind of Pokemon. But in a lower tier, this is a C tier Rhyperior, and I'm surprised this thing went to a team without a Terra Orb hovering over its head. Because it goes silly, but
Yeah.
you don't need it. You don't need it. This thing is perfectly fine working without it. I'm excited to see how it happens to doubles without Dynamax or Terra behind it.
Pokemon.
Come on. Electro Tsuri for Jinxed. What can you tell us about your Electro Jinxed?
Honestly, at this point, I was pretty lost. I don't know what was going on. But
Common trend here in the
I
last
Story of my
part.
life.
know I needed a grass type because I didn't have a good grass type that didn't have a quad weakness.
Somebody took
And it's also
yours.
electric, so it benefits from the terrain. So it's just an all around good Pokemon, also really fast.
Very fast. Yeah, Leaf
So,
Seed.
yeah.
You run Chloroblast if you ever really
Has some
wanted
good
to
moves.
just, yeah.
Chloroblast.
It's like a bowling ball.
Good. Yep.
It's fast. It clicks
It's a bowling ball.
blast.
Your head.
My head. Wow.
Yeah.
Jeez. Alright.
Because I want to bash your head in
I
with
think
a
it's
bowling
light
ball. Duh.
screen, isn't it?
Exactly.
Oh, can't tell if you're saying exactly to bash my head in or the light screen.
Yeah,
Yes.
to bash your head in.
Ah, damn. Okay. Moving on to Scrafty for Marina.
Sorry.
I know somebody in this league who has played a lot of seasons and made playoffs in every single one, and he doesn't play Draft League, but I got into it, and he loves this Pokemon Scrafty. It's Jord of the Rings. He's a Scrafty fanatic. He used it to 1v1 in Urshifu, and yeah, it's very fun mon. Very bulky. Bulky options. Got a lot of good abilities. Got Shed Skin, Intimidate, and Moxie. So you could make this very offensive, potent threat. It does get access to Dragon Dance, as well as a lot of good coverage moves. It gets Play Rough, of all things. The Elemental Punches, I believe. And yeah, overall, just a very solid mon. Good Intimidator.
I used this as Terra Captain in the 9th season of the PWC, and I wish I would have gotten this sooner, because it being able to tear, it's really good even outside of Terra, but it being able to tear just makes it all the more better.
Marin, do you have any input in your Scrafty?
Yeah, the main reason I got Scrafty is because I needed a fighting type, and Hitmontop went earlier for the Intimidate Mon.
Fair.
So I was like, okay, so I need a good fighting type who can Intimidate and Fake Out. So I was like, Scrafty, great. That's a great Mon. Very good, can do very well in Trick Room, can knock their supporting moves, can D-Dance, you know, all that sort of stuff. Plus, it can use D-Dance in Trick Room and still do good in it.
Absolutely.
Since, you know, it's still decently slow, even after a D-Dance, let's be honest here.
We love those dual
Unless you
purpose
go on the
mons.
+6 with it, it's not really that fast.
No.
After D-Dance.
Yeah, base 58's not enough. You don't almost even need 2 to even think about us being some prominent fast Pokemon.
But yeah, I did.
It does straight up just get bulk up, so you don't have to run D-Dance on it.
Yeah, bulk up works
Depends
too,
on the matchup.
yeah. But I was just, so yeah, but I did, on the fact that you mentioning Scrafty being Terra Captain, I did talk to my front office about it, and about making Scrafty Terra Captain in the in Grace when it instead of Primarina. by talking with them, they said we should just let Prim cook first, and if I didn't like it, I could change to Scrafty after. So I was like, okay, I'll let Prim cook.
No, nothing wrong with having options, but yeah, this month's very fun.
Bye.
Marowak Alola for Froggerman. Honestly, kind of think that he just picked this for Tapakoko. But I don't know. He's not here to confirm it for us.
Having this along with the Typhlosion seems a little bit odd.
Extra.
I think it just, I think it just got to the point where he didn't know what else to pick here.
Well, I talked to him. I was like, "Hey, any chance you could throw me a bone and drop Typhlosion?" He said, "No." I'm like, you have like 4 fire types and 2 fire ghosts. I'm like, please.
It was Scovillain I recommended him pick up because I think it's B tier, and Scovillain's like the best chlorophyll sweeper
I mean, Scovillain.
that there is. Scovillain, there's an I in it.
It's pronounced villain.
It's A-I-N. It's
I know,
vain.
but villain is spelled with A-I-N. Oh my gosh. Free.
It's Scovillain. It's Scovillain.
Bruh. All right, and you're Mr. Grimace. All right, you're Mr. Grimace.
It's Grimace, actually.
I'm sorry, like mayonnaise. Okay. Gallade for ES. Okay, I don't know if he has a beat up mon, but this, regardless, is still good in psychic. He has a lot of psychic train abusers. It's crazy. He's getting nuts. But yeah, sharpness, mega Gallade, or regular Gallade. Thank God, not mega Gallade, but sharpness, regular Gallade, is pretty scary under psychic train. Not to mention he can run it Scarf and not have to worry about getting fake outed. Yeah, a lot to be said about this Pokemon, but
I used this Pokemon as my Trick Room setter last season, and it is probably my personal favorite partner for Metal.
Really?
Because it gets access to things like Heal Pulse. It's the specially defensive one. It can be ran offensively. You can't easily switch things on it because you don't know what its offensive options could be. Just the support that it specifically offered with its special defense, along with it being so threatening physically. And I also ran this as a Terra Captain to make it even the more unpredictable of what you would do with Gallade. So like sharpness, I don't remember what its other abilities were, if they were any. Just Justified?
It might get Inner Focus too, but I don't think so.
Okay, I don't remember, but yeah, this is my favorite partner from Metal. I have good things to say about Gallade.
No, there's a lot that can be said about Gallade. It's good. The Dunsparce for Blind Fangs in 10th round. This is the 10th round. Yeah, the 10th round, he picks up the Dunsparce. I enjoy this Pokemon because it is very bulky and you don't know what it's ever going to do. Another reason why I liked it so much is when I had it as a Terra Captain in one of my other PWC seasons. And I could run literally anything with it because everything that could have been run, like every type that you could run on this is going to be good in some matchup. And it's because it's so versatile. This is one of the better versatile Terra Captains, despite the fact that it's not a Terra Captain. It's still a very good, versatile, defensive support Pokemon / potentially offensive Pokemon, given that its stats are pretty good, well-rounded. Base 100 attack there, and it gets access to a signature move called Hyper Drill, which I think is pretty cool. Very high-powered, normal type move. I think it's base 100. Yeah, very fun mon to use. Serene Grace as well. Rattle could be fun. Next pick, we have HTC Till and that eluded Blastoise. The Blastoise finally got picked up here by the Fighting Whirlpools, and this is definitely a steal in round 10. I don't think anybody was really planning on picking up Blastoise, but regardless, it is
I know.
Very good, valuable Pokemon. Yeah. This thing,
Blastoise, kind of a sleeper pick for doubles. I haven't heard of it being amazing in doubles, but you know, I'm looking at it now and like
it's amazing in
look at
doubles.
the things it gets.
It's amazing in doubles.
Fake out the turn. Well, no, I'm not saying it's not amazing on doubles. What I mean is I haven't heard of like a bunch of doubles players picking it up and using it. But then again, I don't pay attention to too much. VGC, yeah, Life Dew, Fake Out, Water Spout, and Wave Crash, Yawn, Weather Ball, Roar, Screens. Like, why does this thing get screens?
The Dunsparce passes a 3 out of 5 for the cuteness scale, in case anyone was curious.
it straight up gets reflect coverage options. Also Shell Smash. So
This form of blast types will have access to Shell Smash. Important to note, it's A tier.
it begins.
This is going to be our 10th round recap. Things that I like from this round that are...
I like the Blastoise.
I do like Blastoise. I also like Scrafty and the Cinccino.
Blastoise and Bioscalade.
Bioscalade, fair enough. Yeah, I think we're just gonna hop on into the 11th round with Beheeyem to double up with the Blastoise pick from last round. Attila is gonna pick Beheeyem, and it's a mon that I've always wanted to draft, but just never had the balls to do it because it's very slow and it gets analytic and it has base 125 special attack, and I wanted to try it. That's very
Analytic
good
Psychic
coverage
Gobur.
moves. What's that?
Analytic Psychic Gobur.
Mm-hmm. Has very good coverage moves. Has Shadow Ball, Energy Ball, Thunderbolt. I might have a Fairy move. I have a Fighting move too. I'm not too sure. I want to use this Pokemon at some point. I just am looking to see if anybody can make it used on their team first.
No fairy move, no fighting move.
Never mind. It sucks.
It does get Meteor Beam.
Okay. That's
Also Steel Wing.
Steel Wing.
It gets after you as well. I know it's slow. Heal
Telepathy.
Block is good. It gets Guard Split and Guard Swap.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Telepathy
remember
for
which
an
one of those
ability
is the
aside
good one.
from analytic telepathy. Very good. I can see that being useful next to the Surf Blastoise, actually. Dedenne for Blind Fangs. I don't know a thing about this thing in doubles, but I know it's a bit annoying with Nuzzle and Cheek Pouch if you want to run Citrus Berry Dedenne. Super Fang is a good utility move. Tell me anything about Dedenne, Mr. Grimes?
We're working on it.
Yeah, Super Fang's a thing, Nuzzle's a thing. Abilities, I think it has Lightning Rod. Might have Fake Out, I'm not sure.
I know there was a small period of time where I was looking at getting a plus and minus on, because I think I found a minus mon I really liked. And I was debating drafting Dedenne as the plus mon. Gets Cheek Pouch pickup, and like I said, its inability is plus.
Dedenne gets max cuteness.
It gets U-turn and Volt Switch, so it's able to do both of those. It gets Super Fang, which is really good. It sets up Light Screen. Draining Kiss Endeavor is good. I know Eerie Impulse has its use in doubles, I think. Parabolic Charge also. It sets up the rain decently fast. So yeah.
Tauros Paldea, Tauros Blaze going to ES for Bowler Cool Baltoy's draft. I like this spawn because of its versatility. It's very bulky. You can
I wonder if this is the Dark type.
Probably is. Probably is. Gives him that speed tier that he's been missing in base 100. A lot of coverage moves on this thing. Wild Charge, Trailblaze, Flame Charge.
It's another Intimidator.
I think Raging Bull breaks through Protect.
Destroy screens.
Oh, destroy screens. Okay, I knew it did something. Yeah, good utility on this Pokemon. Very versatile draft Pokemon. Intimidate is going to be very useful. Anger Point's kind of a niche ability. Yeah. We have Gouging Fire in round 11 going to Froggerman. I have to make a little bit of a confession. I wanted this in free agency, but
I wonder if there was a deal made between Mr. Grimes and Froggerman that they were going to wait to draft their S tiers for the very last.
There definitely was, because you're the only other person who had 2 S tier slots available by the time round 10 was around. Yeah, Gouging Fire is crazy as a signature move Burning Bulwark, which basically is a protect, but if you make contact with the protect from Burning Bulwark, then you get burned. Pretty silly, pretty fun, pretty disgustingly good. It's an Ubers for a reason.
Dance.
It gets Dragon Dance. It's a Pokemon that will benefit from the sun of photosynthesis, and because it's a fire type. So watch out for this thing on a Sun team like Froggerman's. It's a pretty disgusting pairing. Togetic going to Baron.
Yeah.
I like Togetic a lot. Baron, did you want to tell me about why you like Togetic?
Yes, I do. So it just gave me another fairy type and a flying type that I really needed for, like, you know, ground types and all that. And the fairy type is also good, so that way Prim's not forced to Terra Fairy to keep that typing and all that. So that's a great addition. Along with another redirection mom with Follow Me.
Yep.
Also gets great utility when Helping Hand. Another great bulky mom with Evilite.
Life Dew, I think.
I think it's Wide Guard too, I believe, maybe.
I get Life Dew as well. I don't remember.
Yeah, Life Dew. I think it's that too. Yeah. I think that's it.
Yeah. The only thing it's kind of a shame is that it's a little bit too slow to make use of String Gaze Air Slash. Unless you're in Trick Room.
Yeah.
I still really like this one. It's very bulky with Eviolite. Very bulky redirector.
Yes, it is.
Lapras going to the Cerulean City Stars, Jinx Psychic picking up Lapras. I think this is one of the better hidden picks in D tier. Not just because of the stats, because this thing has Gen 1 coverage, because this thing has Dragon Dance, because this thing might have screens. Jinx, do you want to tell us a little bit more about your Lapras pick?
Yeah, sure. So, like you said, it only has Reflect, not Light
Okay.
Screen, which is weird, but it also learns Life Dew, and it's really bulky, so it's a good support, and it does learn Dragon Dance, has Gen 1 coverage, like you said, so it can be a pretty good bulky and offensive Pokemon. Unfortunately, there's no Perish Song, but it is a really good Pokemon, and like I said before, in case I need to like pull up a Hail team, this could be good. But yeah, it's just an overall pretty good Gen 1 bulky Pokemon with good stats.
Absolutely.
And I like Lapras. It's cute.
And I'm curious to see where it falls in the cuteness scale as well. Yeah, very bulky offensive mon here. There's not really much going against it except for its speed being kind of at the base 60 there, but even then, it just means the Lapras can function both in and out of Trick Room and in and out of Tailwind. So, yeah, that's gonna be a fun mon to use. Silvally, that's a mon I haven't seen drafted in a little bit, and it's still really good in my opinion. Going to Dusclops and the SSJ Infernape. This thing is very utility heavy. It has Tailwind, it has Thunderwave, it has Parting Shot, it has U-Turn. You can be literally any type depending on what disc you give it, or drive or whatever.
Memory.
Memory, that's what it is. So yeah, I don't have a good enough memory to remember that it's memory. Yeah, this thing's got some fun things you can do with it. Multi-attacks now, base 120 move, stab with whatever type you end up being. Gets access to Sword Stance you want to set up with it. Yeah, very fun mon. I highly recommend it as a glue Pokemon for your draft if you are struggling.
It's just a shame it doesn't get reliable recovery.
Rest is it, and Micah Leech Life.
I don't think so,
No? Okay.
but maybe.
I
mean,
3-star for cuteness on the Lapras and 4 sassiness points. Alright.
no Leech Life.
No Leech Life, that's a shame. Drifblim going to Cadillacs. Now, this makes a lot of sense for the grassy terrain provided by Rillaboom, another Pokemon that can abuse terrain with Unburden. I love Drifblim. Drifblim is one of my favorite Pokemon to draft in terrain. Simply because it's a ghost type. It can block Fake Out for one. 2, it can boost its defenses with the combination of Calm Mind and Will-O-Wisp. I think it gets Stockpile as well. Yeah, it's a very fun mon to use. You can also run Flare Boost if you really want to at some point, but yeah. I'd say it's not as useful without Dynamax with Flare Boost. And Dynamax is definitely not a thing in this league, but yeah, I think Driplim's a pretty good mon. Mr. Grimes, you want to talk to us about your Iron Valiant in the round 11?
Yeah, so this was obviously, as I mentioned, Froggerman and I made a deal. We would draft our S tiers last, so that way we can get what we wanted in the bottom tiers. My draft needed a good fairy, and it needed a good fighting. And Iron Valiant is a good fairy and good fighting that takes that abuses the electric terrain because of Quark Drive. If you don't know what Iron Valiant does, it gets coverage. What kind of coverage, you may ask? Yes.
Yes.
It does it all. It gets some decent support options. It gets screens. I know that's always the first thing I point out, but it's physical. It can be physical. It can be special. Either the attack, the special attack, or the speed can get the Quark Drive boost. It is a good Pokemon. I don't know if it works
sassy.
with. Huh?
Minty saying your Iron Valiant is very sassy. It has 5 sassiness points.
Oh, well. I don't know if it works with the Quark Drive mons, but it gets skill swap, so
Oh, Lord.
maybe swap Quark Drive onto another Pokemon.
I hope not.
Maybe there's a 12th round Pokemon that would benefit from a Quark Drive boost. It also gets Hypnosis, Imprison. There's just no telling what Iron Valiant's going to do, especially with those stats. You have to be careful.
Yes. Speed and offense.
And moves and attacking
moves.
and winning
And booster energy. Yeah.
and attacks and moves.
Setup moves.
And setting up with attacks and moves.
All right, it's my turn. Thunderous Incarnate. So, my grand plan came to shambles after Gadget Fire got drafted, but my plan was to draft Prankster Thunderous Incarnate with Electric Terrain for Iron Boulder to get Quark Drive, and to draft Thunderous Incarnate, which is this mon again, with Sunny Day for Gouging Fire to enjoy Photosynthesis boost.
Man, that was a good plan. Why didn't you go through with it?
Yeah, it's because Gouging Fire got fucking token, didn't it? It's so frustrating, but it's fine. I'm not upset or shocked that Gouging Fire didn't make it to me.
You could have got Walking Away.
I didn't want Walking Away. I already had a dragon, and I didn't want to double up on water. Although I guess it wouldn't have made too much. It wouldn't have made a difference because.
Fusion.
Yeah, thank you. My waters would have been, one would have been bulky, one would have been offensive. But yeah, that was the thought behind this. This is still a really good mon. It has Nasty Plot, lots of coverage moves. Prankster Thunder Wave's a thing. Yeah, just a lot going for it. Chadot is going to Jax as his mascot. A little bit of a spoiler.
Where is Jax needs to. Why is he not here selling us on this Pokemon?
No, I don't know. This is literally his. This is time shot. I don't know. But this is as Mr. Grimes pointed out, it's not really a spoiler because it's already been talked about. This is now Jax's the Terra Captain. This stupid bird. This really dumb bird. Oh man. Anyway, it is what it is. It's one of the strongest
Paranormal Boomburst.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip. Or Choreo Pom Pom for Timmy. I think he just needed the typing coverage. I like Oricorio. Well, I don't like facing Oricorio. Hi Timmy, do you want to talk about Oricorio?
Yeah, I didn't know what to take from C tier, and it was an electric type, and I was like, I have Quiver Dance.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah.
Does it get Roost?
Oh my god, I didn't even think about Dancer.
Yeah, Dancer's a thing. Does it get Roost?
I'm pretty sure it gets Pollen Puff.
Is it really?
I could be wrong, and I
think you're
probably
wrong.
am.
I think you're wrong.
Yeah, well,
No
they call
way.
me Mr. Wrong for a reason.
You got 4 stars for cuteness. For Oricorio there, Timmy.
Haha, I think she
Oh,
meant
sick.
shut up.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
Yeah, this is a pretty threatening Mon in the right situation. I've seen a lot of people run this. Well, I've seen one person run this as Terra Captain and completely ruin my hopes and dreams with it. Yeah. Doesn't get the most coverage, but it doesn't really need the most amount of coverage because electric flying hits a lot of things. One thing it doesn't really hit is a ground steel type, potentially. But yeah, Dancer's pretty useful. I'm excited to see if he manages to find a way to integrate Dancer with one of his allies. Make that work. Maybe even with that plus Quiver Dance, that would be pretty scary. But yeah, that's gonna be around 11. A lot of mixed tiers being. I think there's every tier in here actually. There might not be an A tier though. No, Thunderous. Yeah, I think every tier was hit in this this round. There's a B in Silvally, there's a C in Togetic, there's a D in Lapras, there's an A in Thunderous, and there's an S in Iron Valiant and Gouging Fire. So
Gouging Fire.
awesome. That's pretty cool. Would have to say that my favorite from this round is probably the Iron Valiant then.
Woo!
Yeah, I like it. Bias would be.
I guess I have to go for the Gouging Fire here
That's
on the
fire.
Sun Team.
That thing's ridiculous. I didn't want to acknowledge
Yeah.
it because I'm kind of scared by it, but
Salty.
I'm just gonna ignore it until I have to face it. All right,
We're gonna pretend it doesn't exist.
are we ready for the last round of the draft, everybody? Finally made it. This is round 12.
This
Kick
will
it
be
off.
the
We have a
first month
Raquinid.
Tower draft stream.
Raquinid. I like this mon. I was thinking about drafting this mon at one point. A Raquinid for
This one
the
was
Team Arc.
also recommended to me at one point.
Really?
Was that I should pick up Araquanid. I did not listen, but
It's very bulky. You can run like Soak. You could run Iron Defense. You could run Scald. You could run Leech Life. You could run Sticky Webs.
Wow, this is a mon that's also a very good Terra Captain.
Would be a very good Terra Captain. I've faced a Terra Raquinid before.
I once saw this be ran as a Terra Captain, Terra Water, Water Bubble, Specs, Hydro Pump.
Hmm.
And I'm not too sure on what Araquanid's special attack is. I think
Base
it's
50.
50.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just yeah, Araquanid's.
I like it shiny.
It does have a nice shine. I have a shiny Jupiter.
Cryogonal for Jax. Can you talk me through this pick? Because I'm sure he probably just didn't have an ice type and wanted one, and he liked the idea of having haze and ice spin.
Cryogonal is it's decent special defensively. It's a shame it's an ice type.
Mhm.
But this is another good Terra option for lower tier Terra mons. It gets some decent support. It gets screens, recover. It gets things like Chilling Water, Aurora Veil.
Oh yeah.
If the hail's up at least, it can knock. It's not bad. It's not a bad mon.
It's
This is a
not.
D tier,
That's
correct?
a D tier. That's a good D tier.
I
is a
would
D
pick it as a D tier. I don't know how it's gonna work in doubles.
Well, you can
'Cause
sit next
it's
to
just
Landers and
not-
Earthquake. For one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something.
I know Jax is a big fan of his weakness policy mons. He loves weakness policy. I'm not sure how he will take advantage of that with mons like Cryogonal.
Cryogonal. We'll see.
Because of its low special attack, or because of its low physical attack.
Right.
What was it? Oh, Ice Shard. I'm not sure how much Landorus takes from an Ice Shard from this thing. I'm sure if you ran no attack, minus attack nature, it wouldn't do a whole lot. But getting the weakness policy off of that priority, I'm not sure if that was in his plan at any point in time, but you know, it can have its use.
Right.
Cryogonal can.
Darkspun is going to round out my 12th Pokemon. This was previously agreed upon terms, which I am very happy to be a part of because I do have very big plans for this Pokemon on my team, especially after you see the Grace Period changes. But yeah, Darkspun's going to be my final Pokemon for the 12. I'm going to be nicknaming it Minty after my girlfriend. She is going to be part of my team with this thing too. Yeah, 5-star for cuteness. I hope so. He's literally a Brillo. But yeah, it gets well-baked body in terms of seriousness. Like with this Pokemon, it has access to Snarl, Wish if I really wanted to. I believe it might have one of the screens, if not both. I think it only has one of them though. I think it might have Light Screen. But yeah, pretty fat Pokemon in terms of bulk. Yeah, body press can be fun if you get wall big body procced.
Funny story about Darkspun. When I was playing through Scarlet and Violet, I was fighting the fire chick, Mel. I think her name was like Mel or something. But I was fighting her. I was getting swept by her, and I swapped in my Darkspun and I managed to kill the machine with it. So.
Oh, like you mean the team?
Yeah.
What's the team name there?
Yeah, Team Star.
Team Star, yeah, the Team Star Fire one. Nice.
Yeah.
I'm glad you like the emojis and the pushing sticker. I couldn't find I was looking for a word that said a word on it. I don't know. I was trying to see if I could customize word art, but I couldn't without using Microsoft Word. But yeah, this Pokemon, I have some plans with it. It's not gonna just. It's gonna be a prominent member of my team. It'll be here at least 3 to 4 games out of the 8 in the regular season, I'd say, because of what I have planned for it. So yeah, be on the lookout for Darkspun. Your last S tier, Arcaludon. Want to tell us about it?
What is there really to say?
This thing's fucking disgusting.
It is nothing futz. Stalwart is going to be a good ability during this, especially Stamina is already good on its own, but Stalwart's good for ignoring things like Follow Me, Electro Shot. It's like Meteor Beam, but doesn't need the charge turn in the rain. That's pretty much Arcaludon's thing. It's Arcaludon in the rain it's one of the best rain abusers that exists right now.
It's nasty.
It isn't. It's a nasty mon. I've never used it before, but we are looking forward to using it.
Goodness, I'm not looking forward to this. Yes, hello. Yeah, hi Frog. We're still going. We're on the last round. This is round 12. Just gonna move along here. Cadillac's drafts Shiftry. I believe he drafted this in order to pair with his Prankster Tailwind Tornadus in order to make use of wind power, if I'm not mistaken. Very strong mon, as that has been coming up recently in usage. I believe I've seen this as a Terra captain in one of our leagues before. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, this thing makes some waves. It's a very threatening mon now that has access to Wind Rider. A little bit of a glass cannon again, but yeah, under the right hands, it's definitely threatening. So. Not to mention, it will get access to Grassy Glide priority with the Grassy Train for Rillaboom, so that's something. Masquerain going to Dusclops to give him an Intimidate Mon. I'm a big fan of Masquerain. In draft, it's grown to be a little bit harder to use, in my opinion, just because of everything that's there to whittle it down really
Power
fast.
creep
Such as,
exists.
yeah, power creeping. There's stealth rocks. I mean, there's heavy duty boots, so you're kind of forced to run heavy duty boots in this now. But yeah, this one has some utility. It has some interesting coverage like Hydro Pump, which I think is a pretty cool thing that it has access to. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this mon. I think this is something that could get put to use on Dusclops' team if he plays his cards right. But yeah, decent coverage, good Quiver Dance user. Might get sticky. It does get sticky webs. Yeah, pretty good mon. Intimidate. Mr. Rhyme going to Jinxed. This is a
Mr. Grind,
good
more
utility
like.
Pokemon. I believe it gets both screens and it gets screen cleaner as its ability, so it's opposing, like an opposing person's screens can't remain on the field, as far as I'm aware. Jinx, can you tell me a little
It's
bit?
just when it switches in.
Oh, okay. Jinx, can you tell me a little bit more about you, Mr. Rhyme?
Yeah, it's just when it switches in, all the screens are gone.
Okay.
So it's a pretty good Pokemon to like switch in on after someone like, sets up screens, kind of ruins their flow. And it does have both screens, has Icy Wind, priority moves. I believe it has Fake Out, it might not though. But
It
its
does.
stats are also pretty decent. It's pretty slow, but I just drafted it because I needed another good screen setter.
It's Fake Out.
And it also has Screen Cleaner, which is cool. I didn't know it had it when I drafted it, but
I like that it's.
and it's another ice type.
Yeah,
So.
I like that it's got ice coverage for a utility Pokemon. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. I used Mr. Mime Galler in one season, and yeah, Eviolite Eviolite made it pretty bulky. It was pretty fun. Rampardos going to Marin. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about your Rampardos pick?
Yeah. So as for my last pick, I was only missing, really trying to fill out typings here and looking for good mons at the same time. So the only two typings I was missing was Bug and Rock.
Yep.
And then I saw my boy Rampardos. He's very slow, so he doesn't really work too good normally in singles because, he's not that fast.
Yep.
Even with a Choice Scarf. But he does have Sheer Force.
Yep.
This time on the physical side. So I'm sure you can see where that's going.
Yeah, it's gonna
Red
be
Camera
annoying to
and
switch
Rampardos
into.
are gonna be crazy in Trick Room.
It does
with
give
the Sheer
rock
Force
polish.
move. Yep, and albeit. Yep, and Rampardos can also. Also has an arm slot to slot a Life Orb with the Sheer Force to make it even stronger.
It's okay. It's not like you already have a bunch of hard-hitting team members. It's not like you need another one, right? Another Sheer Force
Yeah,
mon
dude.
too. Yeah. Right on.
Both Ned and Camel are Sheer Force.
Rampardos netted me 4 kills in a game one time, and it was in the final league that I was in for Gen 7, and I don't know if anybody knows one of the Toka Minori's Pokemon Draft League guys. Danza was in the league, and a couple other people that are YouTube Draft League content creators were in there. They were just basically doing like a farewell Draft League, and one of the guys that was on YouTube lost he was ahead by 4 Pokemon to my 2, and I brought it Rampardos at the right time, and I just clicked Rock Polish and just swept him with Life Orb. It was pretty cool. This Pokemon's no joke. Very good pickup in G tier. Raging Bolt to round out Froggerman's final S tier pick. Round 12 Raging Bolt's pretty insane, but yeah, makes a lot of sense why this thing got picked on a Sun team. Very good Pokemon, very bulky. Don't get misled by the fact that it's Electric Dragon type. It is very, very bulky. Welcome to the chat, Attila. You're right here at the end, right? The most important part. But yeah, this thing has a signature move called Thunderclap, which goes first, assuming that the opponent is using an attacking move. So basically an electric type sucker punch that's special. Yeah, very bulky Pokemon, very bulky offensive Pokemon. It's a special tank for sure. Can be run a bunch of different ways, very versatile. Can be run Assault Vest, lots of different ways. Yeah, be on the lookout for this being one of Frogman's stable piece Pokemon. ES drafts Amora, and I think he did this because he really wanted Aurora Veil, which is totally fair. I think there's a lot of usage for Amora as D tier with giving access to Aurora Veil. A little bit of a shame that it's kind of slow, so it's going to be a slow Aurora Veil use, but hopefully he's able to get it off and make some good use out of this Pokemon. It could be pretty bulky with Eviolite, and just looking at its stats right now, I haven't really seen this Pokemon being used too much. I haven't even seen Aurora's being used too much over things like Abomasnow and like Vanillix and stuff, but yeah, I can see some use out of Amora. And then Blind Fangs rounds off his draft with Butterfree, low tier Rage Powder option. I believe it does get Quiver Dance as well. It might get Tinted Lenses as well, if I'm not mistaken.
It does.
It does, right on. Yeah, so Blind Fangs picks up Butterfree to round to his 12. Not much more to really say about Butterfree.
Oddly enough, I think Butterfree is oftentimes ran with Compound Eyes to land Sleep Powders.
Eyes, that's what it is, yeah. Right on. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, Butterfree's got some utility. I don't know if he'll be bringing it every game, but it'll be very annoying if he brings it in the right matchup, like for the opponent. And Attila, I noticed you're in our Twitch chat at the very least. I noticed you picked up a Mega Audino as your final pick.
Because somebody forgot he was supposed to pick up a Mega.
Yeah, somebody forgot he was supposed to pick up a Mega. He got sniped. He's like, oh, I'm just not going to pick one up and disobey the rules again. And anyway, this thing is basically the more offensive Audino. Is it gets access to Combine and like it can actually make use of those coverage moves that it has access to.
Now it does get Healer as its ability, so it does have a use in doubles.
He said, "Me no." Yeah, I'm a fan of Mega Audino. I once, man, it's gonna look so bad, but I once drafted this in round 3 of a singles draft because I really wanted to steal a Dragon Steel Fairy Core early. I was like, oh, I'll just draft Dragonite. I'll draft Celesteela or something. I can't remember what my Steel type was. Anyway, I drafted like a really good Steel and a real good Dragon. I was like, Mega Audino. Because that's a good round 3 Pokemon, right? No. Yeah, that's kind of like my meme for like my draft league history is at the beginning of my 9.5 years, I drafted Mega Audino round 3.
This is one of the best counters for Dragapult.
It is. Because
it's immune to both of his stabs.
It is. But yeah, there was no Dragapult at the time. This was a Gen 7 league when I drafted it round 3. Yeah, this thing's not much to say about it other than that it's got the same support moves as regular Audino. Trick Room user, has Calm Mind. It can actually abuse its own Trick Room a little bit better than the regular Audino.
If you want to know our actual thoughts on Audino, just go back a couple rounds to when I drafted it and just copy and paste that here.
Yes, pretty much. But yeah, pretty cool amount to round out the draft, and I think that's gonna be it here. So this is a little bit of a recap on where how all the drafts are currently. This is before the grace period, and I'm going to be moving on to the grace period transactions after this slide here. But I'll just give you guys watching on Twitch a second to kind of get a better idea on how each team looks, because it's pretty interesting. A lot of very threatening teams here. I'm very threatened by Cadillax's team. I could see a lot of threatening Pokemon on Jax's team as well as Marin's team. ES has a very threatening team with Psychic Train there. Froggerman, of course, with his son. So, yeah, a lot to look out for if you're me.
If you're participating in this league,
good luck.
Good luck. There's really not a bad team here.
No.
Like, I feel like the worst team is good at this. Good at worst.
Exactly.
Like, there's not a team here where you don't see some kind of plan
you
in
are
motion.
gonna sweep. All right, I'll hold your word to it. You got a lot of good mons though,
Timmy.
Timmy. But
I know we're all threatened by the pincurchin.
that's exactly why I drafted.
but-
that's why I've drafted Blood Moon, because I didn't want anyone drafting Pincurchin for free.
Yeah, you needed that pincurchin counter.
Yeah. So here's the teams before the grace period. Here they are after. So you can see a couple changes if you're paying a little bit more attention to just a couple of the teams. Notably, Attila and the Fighting Warples at the top left dropped their Regigigas for Toxtricity. Got a couple other Pokemon there. I believe they got Mega Lopunny as their Mega. If you slide over to ES and the Borikua Baltoys, you see a Rotom Heat and a I believe that's it actually. And a Quillfish Sui, which I don't know if you had before.
Yeah, the Quillfish you picked
Quillfish
up.
Sui is new. Yeah. And then you have
Blind Fangs made some trades.
yeah, Blind Fangs made some trades. He dropped his he kept his
Powdon, Whimsicott, and Dunsparce picked up a Alolan Ninetales, Porygon 2, and Altaria.
Oh, I didn't change his team. Shoot. Hold on. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna see if I actually have the file on me. No,
We are professional.
We are professional. Give me a second here.
I guess I'll go ahead and talk about my trades while he's doing that. Of course, I changed my Terra Captain from Basculegion to Dreadnought. I just feel like Dreadnought was a better Terra Captain, and we dropped Basculegion for Overquill, just because I wanted a Swift Swim abuser that was not Water type. So, and of course, he also gets Intimidate, so we have some versatility here with Overquill, and we'll see how it goes.
That's it. All right, I have it now. Insert pictures. Yeah, sorry about that. I thought I had them all. So yeah, as you can see, you got Porygon, Ninetales, and he dropped something for Altaria. I can't remember what he dropped. Dedenne for Altaria. So he kept the Galvantula, dropped the Dedenne, got Altaria.
Jax had a couple of trades.
Yes,
as
Jax dropped.
He dropped his Appleton for Brambleghast and Colossal for Lycanroc Dusk, and changed his Terra Captain from Appleton to Chatot.
Right. And then I dropped a couple things. I dropped Thundurus and my Salazzle for Armor Rouge and Scolipede. So I'm tailoring this team to better suit the Pokemon that are going to be staples on my team. That's the goal. I have 3 Psychic types, but they actually help me. So I'll just leave it at that, and I'm not gonna try to dox anybody else's team or mine, because there's some things that need to stay hidden until things happen. So be on the lookout for the regular season if you're on the Discord server. Be on the lookout for week 1 battles to kick off here tomorrow, because week 1's going to be starting tomorrow. Yeah, thank you all so much for watching the draft stream, everybody, and I hope you stay tuned to my YouTube channel, because I'm going to be posting the regular season content and any battling content there. And yeah, if you guys are curious or interested,
Mr. Grimes, recently reinstated co-commentator here. I just want to say it's been an honor to, one, be reinstated to this wonderful co-commentator position. It's a shame I will soon once again be former co-commentator, but it was great to co-commentate for you all, to be able to hopefully add some humor and just a little bit of insight on this journey as we went through this draft, which makes a lot of us cry, because good God, these teams. But well, we'll see how the season goes for all of us. there can only be one winner, but a lot of these teams just look a lot like a lot of fun. And once again, it was great to spend the last 4 hours and 18 minutes with you all. So
Not bad.
this is Mr. Grimes, former recently reinstated, soon to be former co-commentator, signing off for the last time.
All right. Well, with that, I think we should bid our former co-commentator farewell the proper way, and wish everybody a great night. And thank you all so much for watching. And we'll see you for more Pokemon Draft League content. All right. Thank you, everybody. Bye bye.